Dog nappers could be jailed for 7 years in a major crackdown on the heartless trade in stolen animals. Thieves will be charged with a new offence of pet abduction that will lead to longer prison sentences. No, they won't, because they won't get caught. The crime clear-up rate has been going down through the Conservative governments of the past 11 years. It's weird, isn't it, that they sell themselves as the law and order party. And yet the absolute opposite has happened under their watch. The crime clear-up rate has gone down through the Conservative governments of the past 11 years. The party of law and order has seen the percent of crimes where someone is charged go from 15% in 2015 to 7% in 2019. 7%! So it's halved in just the last 4 years. So you can just file this new government initiative under window dressing. It's catchy and popular and won't amount to anything. They should write that on the side of a bus. Catchy, popular, won't amount to anything. Eh, Bodge? Yes. The tougher law is being introduced to reflect that pets mean more to their families than laptops or phones that they may lose in a burglary. Well, you ask a teenager to choose between the family pet that they have to take walkies and feed and clean up after, or their phone, which gives them everything. A government task force recommended the move following fears that criminal gangs were targeting dogs. Well, you know what criminal gangs are also targeting? Everything else. That's what they do. It's hard to know where to start with this, so let's just look at the facts, ma'am. Crime has gone up under the Tories every year since they came to power in 2010. Every single year since the Tories came to power in 2010, crime has gone up. It was going down every year in the previous decade, when the Labour Party were in power. And since the law and order Tories came in, it's done nothing but go up. And I bet if I went into the street with a clipboard and asked people whether crime had gone up or down under the Conservative administration compared with Labour, then they'd get it wrong. Completely incorrect in every respect. You get nothing. Good day, sir. It was going down every year from 2002, which is the last one that I could find, 2002 to 2010, when the Labour Party were in power. And up every year since they came in. You believe that? Under the law and order Tories, it's done nothing but rise, go up, crime. 75 crimes per 1,000 people in 2010, 102 last year. 75 per 1,000 people in 2010, 102 per 1,000 people last year. It's gone up by a third. Home Secretary Prissy Patel said last night, stealing a pet is an awful crime which can cause families great emotional distress while callous criminals line their pockets. She said the new offence of pet abduction acknowledges that animals are far more than just property and will give police an additional tool to bring these sickening individuals to justice. We haven't got any police to deal with crimes against people, never mind about crimes against pets. In their first 3 years in power, the Tory government's spending on the police service fell from 19.3 billion to 16.3 billion. And, as a result, police officer numbers declined by approximately 20,000 in the same period. You know when Bodge keeps banging on about there's going to have 20,000 new police persons? No, you won't. Not until you replace the 20,000 that you let go. It's almost like he's not telling us the truth.
Liar!
And as for those 40 new hospitals, I refer you to the answer I gave some moments ago. But, you know, it's masked. They mask it by PR and BS. It's masked by ever more exciting new laws and harsher sentences which won't make a jot of difference if you haven't got the police to catch the perps in the first place. And even if they did, you haven't got the courts to prosecute them, and you haven't got the jails to put them in, even if they were prosecuted. Until now, pets have been treated like any other personal property taken by thieves, with few dog nappers prosecuted and most avoiding jail. But a tougher stance was demanded after the first COVID-19 lockdown led to unprecedented numbers of families wanting to buy pets. In March, Dog Lost, a charity that helps owners whose animals are taken, said it recorded a rise from 172 pets reported stolen to in 2019 to 465 in 2020. The task force considered ways to better reflect the view that stolen pets are not mere property but sentient beings, but decided against making pet theft an aggravating factor. Instead, a new pet abduction offence could switch the focus from the loss to the owner to the welfare of the animal. The report does not recommend a maximum sentence for pet abduction, but sources say 7 years imprisonment could be introduced. Absolutely, lock 'em up. Except they won't. You don't get 7 years for funneling billions of pounds of public money into the pockets of friends and donors to the ruling party. In fact, you don't get anything at all, except obscenely rich and a seat in the House of Lords. Talk about a distraction bomb. I mean, this would tie in with another planned law being driven by a friend of the Prime Minister's wife. Which, his current wife, that is. Which recognises that animals have feelings, which could lead to a ban on lobsters being boiled alive. Right, but what do lobsters think about being killed first and then boiled? They're probably against that too. But unfortunately for them, if God didn't want us to eat them, he wouldn't have made them so delicious.
Correct.
Justice Secretary Robert Buckland said these proposals will make sure police can better identify and track down criminals who peddle in this heartless trade while ensuring they are appropriately punished for their actions. Because punishing people appropriately for their actions is what this getting away with it government is all about. Painful. Simon in Southampton.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
I just had a thought. How can the Conservative Party trade on a mantra of law and order and, the party of law and order, when their sort of USP is small state and liberty?
Liberty?
Well, yeah. Isn't that a contradiction?
Well, you know where the government is going to go by listening carefully to what the government says and then inverting it, just the opposite of whatever they say. That's what they're actually going to do.
Right, that's right.
More liberty, you say? Yeah, that's right, because we're up to our eyeballs in liberty in this country.
Too much of it, if you ask me.
Far too much.
What else was I going to say? Based on the hospital calculation about new hospitals.
Yeah.
Well, surely then it's going to be each truncheon that they buy equals
a new
a police
policeman.
officer.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
There you go.
Every new light they put on one of them police cars that equals a new police person. Yeah.
One police person per flash, I expect.
Exactly right. Yeah.
I can't take much more of this.
I'm afraid you're going to have to. You're going to have to, Simon. There's nothing you can do about it.
Well, there is in a couple of years.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't hold out much hope. I think.
But if we got to go through this again, I'm either going to jump off a cliff or leave the country. Oh, I can't leave the country, can I?
No, that's right. No, you could push off the coast in a dinghy. Just don't expect to be able to let back in.
Oh, gee. No, I don't want to do that because I might end up getting met out there by
by Priti Patel. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? As a welcoming party, Operation Welcome, Priti Patel. Thanks a lot, Simon. Chin up, mate. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. This tweet says the effects of adverse weather conditions can be offset by proactive rural and urban planning. What? More roads, you mean? What are you talking about? The effects of adverse weather conditions can be offset by proactive rural and urban planning. Go on. Like how then? What, putting all our houses on stilts? This says, about food shortages, isn't it ironic that Boris Johnson promised an oven-ready Brexit deal, and now the oven-ready meals are missing from the supermarket shelves because of Brexit? Kafka-esque, says Michelle on the Isle of Wight. Or is it in the Isle of Wight? On. It's on the Isle of Wight. It's not in the Isle of Wight. It's in Australia. That's an island. But it's after a certain size, you're in, not on. But you're definitely on the Isle of Wight there, Michelle. It's a precarious position to be in. Don't lose your balance. This tweets, a ban on laughing gas because we're laughing all the way... A ban on laughing gas because we're laughing at the way the country is being run. Typical. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute. But first, here is a call in Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. Yeah, you touched on Priti Patel there. Not my main point, but yeah, how come she's welcoming Afghan refugees at Heathrow for a photo op, when a week earlier she's saying that if you come across the dinghy across the channel in the dinghy as a refugee, you're going to get deported to Rwanda?
Yeah, she'll use you as target practice.
How can the two things stand together? But the main point was about this pet thing that they're bringing in now.
Yeah.
There's nothing whatever, and a few of my mates are solicitors, and we had a natter about this. There is nothing in the new proposals that can't be done under present legislation. If somebody nicks your dad's war medals, the judge can take into consideration the emotional damage to the victim and increase the sentence. And if an animal is mistreated in any way, they can be prosecuted under animal welfare legislation.
Yeah.
So there is absolutely not a single thing in the proposals that's new that couldn't be implemented now. So Boris is politicking with this.
It's completely typical in every way, shape and form. Don't fix the problem, just come up with some new exciting law that makes it appear as though you will fix the problem, and then everyone will forget about it and think that the problem has already been solved.
And as you pointed out, unless you do anything about police resources, they're not going to get caught anyway.
Of course. And even if they do get caught, they'll be waiting for 3 years for the case to come up in court.
Absolutely. And another little thing that occurred to me this week was another little Boris lie. Because when he came in, he stood on Downing Street steps and said, I've got an oven-ready social care policy. Mm-hmm. And then at the election, he said, I'm not going to increase taxes or NI. Yeah. Which means one of the two has to be a lie.
Right. Or both. Should we go with both?
Or both, because as Scandinavia shows us the way, if you provide good healthcare for people and good social care, people are happy.
You get more HAPPY-ness. Correctamundo. That's right. Hey, Bodger, this bloke thinks that you're disseminating misinformation.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Bodger agrees. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. The ban on the laughing gas. Yeah, I'll come to that in a minute. I haven't got time to squeeze it in before the news. From a tweet says, there should also be a law for animal neglect. The two neighbours' cats come into our garden and house and gobble up all my cats' dry and wet food. They meow so much we give in and feed them. It's costing us a fortune. The supermarket shelves are empty, no cat food. Are they? Because I went to the supermarket this week and I didn't detect an absence of anything except for tequila. What? It didn't have any. It's an absolute blooming outrage. The essentials. They're not keeping up with the essentials. But everything else seemed okay. I mean, the crisp aisle was fully stocked. The cereals were all there. That's pretty much what I went for. I don't know what was in the vegetable and the fruit aisle, because, I skirt around that. Just like everybody else. There should be a law for animal neglect. Well, see, the reason why the cat comes to your house and eats your food is because you give it food. And they meow so much because they know this is how evil cats are. Apparently, don't take my word for it, you want to look it up. Cats don't meow to other cats. They just meow at us because they know they can manipulate us by meowing. And they've got all sorts of different meows dependent on how resistant we are to their demands. And they pull out the big guns if we're not, jumping straight to it. They've got a meow that sounds like a baby's cry. And they know that when they deploy that weapon, we'll do absolutely anything to get them to stop. More snuggles? Why, certainly. All the food that is available to humankind? Of course. Dogs, on the other hand, are... well, you could treat them appallingly and they'd still love you unconditionally. That's how stupid dogs are. But cats, they know a thing or two, and they know how to wind us round their little claw. That's why it's meowing so much. It's not hungry, it just knows that you're stupid enough to fall for it. They're evil ways. Gotta love them, though, because they're so funny. Especially that moment in the day when they get this mad look in their eyes and start climbing the curtains. They run up and down the stairs and just go berserk for about 20 minutes. That's the part I like the best. Oh, and when you get a little light hits your watch and it puts a little pinpoint of light on the wall. I don't know what they think that is, but they just go absolutely mad for it, don't they? I mean, a laser pointer will get you the same reaction. They just go berserk. So that'll teach them for all of that meowing. Hey, this says, forget summer. I had to turn the heating on this week, and I had to turn the lights on this morning as it's starting to get dark. Summer is over, says Simon in Windsor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't say that, Simon. It's not over. Why is this happening to me? This says, I hear ABBA are reforming as... By the way, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It can't be overstated. This is your last gasp. This is it, kids. I have detailed plans. I'm not going to waste a moment. This says, Nick, I hear ABBA are reforming as holograms. If we wanted an encore, do we put 10p in the meter? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Detroit, Roland.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
You are by far the best presenter on LBC. I listen to a lot all day. I introduce a lot of people to LBC over here, and I will tell them to listen to your show.
Well, thanks, Roland.
No worries. So, cats.
Cats?
I used to hate cats. Now I love cats.
Why did you
know why?
Well, why did you used to hate them first?
Well, I think everyone hates them at first.
Oh, no. They're so lovable.
Yeah, no, well, that's because you've got toxoplasmosis.
Huh?
Yeah.
What's
Everyone's got it who love cats.
What's
Almost every cat has it. Humans catch it. Once they catch it, they love cats.
But
True,
what is it?
Look it up.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know exactly. I'm sorry. Your boss who answered the phone didn't believe me either. But yeah, it's a real thing. Look it up.
No, I certainly will do nothing of the sort. Oh, all right then. What is it?
Toxoplasmosis.
Hey,
you got to come to Strawberry Sunday, April 17th. It's a reunion for everyone in London. I'm flying back to London. You all should come.
To what?
Strawberry Sunday.
What's that?
Strawberry Sunday. Best club ever.
Strawberry Sunday. Oh,
yeah.
Are you dancing? No, definitely not.
I'm asking.
No, you got close. Yeah, I think you screwed it up there a little bit there, Roland. But you're, probably under the influence. Probably getting ready to have a party.
100%. I'm under the influence.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good talk.
Influence of life.
Oh, life. Yeah, I remember life. Here, what's the weather like in Detroit, by the way?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Tell me.
It's about 22, I think, 22 degrees.
Okay, well...
It's sunny and the sun's just going down.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful week here in Detroit.
We don't wish to know that. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Toxoplasmosis is a common infection that you can catch from... Oh, my God. What? Okay, get ready. Grip onto something firm because you're not going to like it. Toxoplasmosis is a common infection that you can catch from the poo of infected cats.
Disgusting.
It's usually harmless. I don't think so. But it can cause serious problems in some people. Toxoplasmosis does not usually cause any symptoms, and most people don't realise they've got it. It can cause high temperature, aching muscles, tiredness, feeling sick, sore throat, swollen glands. So why would that make you fall in love with a cat? Wear gloves when you're gardening. Wash your hands before preparing food and eating, of course. Wash your hands, knives and chopping boards thoroughly after preparing raw meat. Wash fruit and vegetables to get rid of any traces of salt. See? Wash fruit and vegetables. That's what I do. With washing up liquid. What's wrong with that? Don't eat raw meat, or salami or Parma ham. Get lost. What am I going to put on a pizza? Don't eat salami or Parma ham. Why not? Don't have unpasteurised goat's milk, and don't don't handle pregnant sheep. I'm going to have to write that last one down so as I remember. 0345 6060 973. The stuff you learn on this show is like an education, ain't it?
No.
This says, no, not a heat wave. Had to work in Malaga this August. 40 degrees nearly every day. It was horrendous. Love our English weather, says Jane. Yeah, well, it's all right for you to say that, Jane, because you've spent the entire summer in 40-degree heat. Higgsboz tweets, leave Boris alone, he's doing his best. And a 7% crime clear-up rate is a lot better than nothing. Wow, that's the level we're at, Bodge. You're better than nothing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. What do you think, Gav? Yeah, he doesn't know either. That bloke's the education secretary. Can you believe that?
No.
No, it's just incredible what's going on in this country. This says, never mind crime, the only thing that should be going up is Boris and his cabinet in a rocket on a one-way ticket. Can you get Richard Branson on the phone? Get Richard Branson on the phone right now, I mean it. I'm sure he'll provide some free tickets for immediate departure, says Giuliano. Yeah, is Richard Branson answering? He'll get him to pick up one of them conch shells from his bedside table. We'll speak to him through that. Welling Garden City. Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Oh, great. I was just wondering if you've seen the latest exploit by Matt Hancock.
Oh, God. What's he done now?
Well, he's going to run the London Marathon.
Is he?
He certainly is. But he's set up a Just Giving page so people can donate money towards the charity that he's raising money for.
Right, OK. What's the charity?
It's St Nicholas Hospice Care. I don't think it's named after you. Right. But people, it was open to public donations, so people have taken it upon themselves to donate as little as possible to leave a message on his Just Giving page. It's all been turned off now, but if I can read you an example.
Well, I don't know, can you?
Well, I've proofread it.
Oh, you've cleaned this up beforehand? Right, OK.
Well, you're hovering over the dump button.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
Bojo the Clown has donated £2 and says, thanks for getting caught and being my COVID scapegoat and taking the fall for my mess. Sorry about the hidden camera too. If you get injured, better go private. Love, Boris.
Yeah, that's right. That's that's going to be the new NHS slogan. If you get injured, better go private.
Go somewhere else.
Exactly, right. OK, well, thanks for the good news.
Will you be donating?
Absolutely, no. But thanks for asking. Cheers, Daniel. So he's got a crowdfund page. Well, if it is a place where care is given, then I would commend it to you. I mean, you don't have to give a small amount to be able to leave a message, presumably. You could leave a massive amount and leave a message. Some people, just go away. Just go away. Stop courting our attention. Jake here, this says, did you hear the official Peppa Pig Twitter made fun of Kanye West directly? Apparently a Peppa Pig album sold better than his latest. Kanye West got a new album out. What's it called?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
I must get myself a copy. Couldn't care less. This says, Nick, the nation must have bojoplasmosis as we seem to keep loving Boris. We? Now it makes sense we must all be infected with a brain-eating parasite making us do stupid things, says Dan in London. Well, the brain-eating parasite doing stupid things.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's going to be on the next plinth. When Bodger hoves in the View and says, with a heavy heart, he's going to have to shut down the economy again because he's screwed up in some way, shape and form. And with a heavy heart, we've all got to go inside now for another month. That's what he should put on the plinth. This says, my cat Jack isn't at all concerned about you cussing cats, whereas I've been doing outraged gasps. Yeah, well, you're doing your cat's work for you. For it. More details on this horrible cat disease. Guildford, hello, Peter.
Hey, Nick, good evening.
Peter.
Nice to hear your views on cats. I wasn't aware you had such views. I think Churchill put it right when he said, dogs look up to you, cats look down on you, but pigs look you right in the eye.
And think, yummy.
Well, you might, yeah. Here's the thing, I'm surprised that you're not aware of this toxoplasmosis that people are mentioning. It's otherwise also known as T. gondii. And I think we've spoken before, because I'm stuck home as a vulnerable for this virus that's about in the pandemic.
Right.
So I tend to keep across sort of things one can catch.
Yeah.
But the point of calling in was to say it is a serious problem in that it appears to be the mechanism behind the stereotype of the mad cat lady.
Oh.
And it does actually affect humans and mammals, and it's the way in which cats get manipulated themselves. You're talking about them manipulating us.
Yeah.
But in fact, the T. gondii infection manipulates and reproduces in their nervous system and causes them to attack and pass it on to rats, and I believe makes the rats risk-free of cats. So they no longer respond to a cat's meow and get more easily caught by cats.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a little bit confused. So, okay, a cat attacks a rat and gives it a disease which makes the rat less concerned about the cat, even though the cat has just attacked it.
Precisely, because the infection relies on the rat as part of its reproductive cycle. You can look it all up. I'm not scientific.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Well, the point you might wish to is that it comes circularly back to your conversation that started today on police and their knowledge and their role, because it's being shown now that in terms of humans, it also makes humans more likely to take risks. And there are some, serious folk, professors and the like, who think that at the scenes of car accidents, we should be testing humans for drink, drugs, and T. gondii infection.
Right.
Because it's quite likely that there's a preponderance of that effect in those accidents.
Right. So owning a cat makes you stupid.
Well, I don't think it affects your intelligence. It affects.
From what you've just described, it makes rats stupid.
But it makes them take a risk that they wouldn't otherwise.
Right. I mean, if a cat attacked me, I would be concerned that a cat would attack me again. Not less concerned because it's given me some sort of disease.
Well, that's because the disease doesn't need to target you to attenuate your response to cats, because the disease doesn't have you as part of its reproductive life cycle, which is what I understand it does with rats.
Right.
It's manipulating each species for its own requirement without any of us knowing.
Wow, this show's like listening to the David Attenborough programme, isn't it?
No.
Not really.
Well, no, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to alert people to the fact that the next thing is you'll be given a T-Gondi test when you're pulled over by the PC.
Yeah. They'll be looking over your dark clothes to see if there's any cat hair.
Warning!
There you go.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the warning, Peter. There you are, you see. Keith in Barking says cats domesticated humans. Yeah, I think that is about the right way round. Yeah. Isn't that weird, though? They don't meow at at each other. They just meow at us. Smart little bundles of fur they are. Hackney. Hello, Jess.
Oh, hello. Hi.
Jess.
Nick.
Yes, Jess.
Hello. Hi. I'm a big fan of yours.
Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, and I just turned on the radio and heard talking about toxoplasma. And you was having a bit of a joke about it.
Yes.
And just wanted to say I lived in France for 9 years and had 2 children out there, and you get tested every month when you're pregnant for toxoplasma, because it can be very serious for the babies.
Huh.
Bit similar to what the guy said earlier, where he said it can change. But obviously there's, I'm surprised it's, they eat a lot of raw meat in France, so maybe that's to do with it, but they do definitely test for that. So.
Right.
But I'm a big fan, thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jess.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. 0345 6060 973. The stuff that you learn on this show, it's just even Gavin Williamson would declare that it is an education. Gav? That's a yes. According to the RSPCA, 3 cats are equal to 1 dog. What? A dog has to kill 3 cats before he is put down. According to the RSPCA, 3 cats equals 1 dog. Well, that's a bizarre thing to say. This says, bring on the cats. I'm in possession of a secret weapon, the garden hose. Different settings for different meowing. Blast off, says Josie in Peterborough. And this says, I love cats. I have 6. They all have different personalities. If you worm your cats through the vets, you should not catch toxoplasmosis, says Dean. I think 6 is too many. I mean, 6 is like borderline problematic, don't you think? 6? What do you want 6 for? 6 cats. I mean, that's like tattoos. People don't appear to be able to stop at 1, do they? Tattoos. Which is why I would never get one. The only tattoo I would ever get would be the Olympic rings if I were, chosen to represent my country. Don't ask me what I would represent my country doing. Sitting, very good at that. Staring out the window, I'm an expert. But the only tattoo I would ever get would be the Olympic rings if I went there. As an athlete, not just just to watch it. That wouldn't count at all. But people who get tattoos, they don't seem to be able to stop at 1. Like, I've never seen anybody with just 1 tattoo, and it just starts covering them. I mean, look at David Beckham. What an absolute mess that man looks these days. I mean, for crying out loud, he's done everything apart from his face. Just say no. Let's have Liverpool. Hello, Kyle.
Oh, how do you say? Sorry, I was just eating.
What you having?
How did I get an esteemed? I was just eating some grapes. I'm basically trying to procrastinate and avoid doing work on a Friday night. So ringing you seemed like fun.
Right.
How did an esteemed presenter like you end up talking about toxoplasma gondii on an evening phoning call?
I've got no idea.
This has progressed wildly.
This show was like this when I got here.
Okay, fair play. Yeah, you can't be excused for the consumer hour mess they've left behind. The weird thing about this Toxoplasma gondii, I think there was a caller before and went over all the details, but I've got a friend who's terrified of this and obsessed with it. End up reading about it. What's quite terrifying about it is they believe up to maybe 50% or more of the Earth's population has it and has no idea. So half of us could be walking around.
People, not cats now.
People, yeah.
Right.
I assume that means most of the cats have got it. I don't know how it works.
Half of the people in the world have got something that they can't spell. Toxo what now?
I know, it just doesn't work, does it? Cat Scratch Fever's a good name. That sounds like a band name.
Yeah, if only it hadn't been Ted Nugent,
Exactly.
He's the absolute ultimate. Yeah.
Toxoplasma Nugent just doesn't have the same ring to it. And this thing about car accidents is true. They did a test, a very scientific study.
Yeah.
And people who are infected by it are 2.5 times more likely to be in a car crash.
Well, they're also 2.5 times more likely to go around with their fog lights on during the day, because they think it looks cool. Morons. We're surrounded by morons.
I wasn't aware I don't drive, possibly for that exact reason.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
One less person on the road. Excellent work.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot, Kyle. 0345 6060 973. A grape eater. Enfield. Hello, Lee.
Hello, Nick.
Lee.
Hi, Nick. No, pleasure to speak to you again. I'm a massive fan of cats. I think they're fabulous.
How big are you?
And, I'm a massive fan of cats.
Right, massive.
And a massive fan of you as well. And,
enormous.
And I think the point we're missing is cats are intelligent beings, because you've never seen that one in Downing Street next to Boris, have you?
No. Wouldn't be seen dead next to that mess.
No, they're not next to Bodger. No chance. See, they're intelligent beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, intelligent beings wouldn't be seen next to you know who.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, far too much of a mess. Too embarrassing for a cat to be seen next to that. No offence. I want to wrap this cats thing up in this hour. I'll talk about something else in a minute. So any more on cats? You said cats meow loudly when they want feeding, says this one. Our cat never does that. Instead, it attacks the furniture, which increases in severity the longer the cat is ignored. Yeah. Smart. See? This says, I like cats but can't stand pigeons. They fly towards people and often come up from behind, and each time almost skim across one's head. Dirty and disgusting things full of red mites. When they take off from the ground, they create a breeze blowing dust about, and they make a clapping noise with their wings. They are vile, flying rats, says Edward. So Uncle Joe Biden asked insurance companies not to hide behind, what was his phrase? Technicalities. To avoid paying out. Well, without hiding behind technicalities, they haven't got anything. That's their entire business model, insurance companies, hiding behind technicalities. That's what they do for a living. I was stupid enough to have an insurance for, like, contents insurance, but it was a ridiculously large amount. I don't know why I did it, and I did it for so long. And I take a deep breath, grip onto something firm. It cost me, you ready? £100 a month.
What?
A month. And I just started it up. I must have been drunk at the time.
Booze.
And then I didn't think about it for like 5 years. £100 a month. And I didn't think about it at all. It just kept ticking over every year that went by. And, you know, the amount that they charged would go up a little bit. And this is just contents. What was I thinking? I hadn't got any contents. I think I added up the price of all the CDs that I had and then calculated how much it would cost to buy them new. And, you know, a CD is £10, so it just goes through the roof if you've got a lot of them. And one time a mirror broke. This is after having been with them for about 5 years. A mirror. It was like a couple of £100, something like that. And I sent them a picture of the mirror, and they said, yeah. Have you got a receipt? And I didn't. No, of course not. I haven't got a receipt. So, well, forget it then. I must have spent as much to buy a blooming car with a rear view mirror. Never mind about a mirror that you hang on the wall. And they still refuse to give me my money. I can't believe it. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
This says, Nick, the Matt Hancock Just Giving page is actually raising money for a new charity I've never heard of before called the Harding Dido Benevolent Fund. I'm sure the money will go to a good cause. The fundraising target is £37 billion, apparently, said Richard in Upminster. This says, I paid £2 towards the Very Worthy Hospice and left a very funny message, but it's now been removed. When you see Dean next week or Daniel tomorrow night, can you ask if I'm going to have my £2 back, as I only paid it to troll Hancock, says Mike. They removed your message? Maybe they didn't realise it was funny. This says, maybe Matt Hancock's Just Giving page should be renamed as Just Give Up page. Please, says John in Havant. 0345 6060 973. This is alarming. Gaz says, a bloke's just walked past our front window dressed as a big yellow and white feathered chicken with big bright yellow feet and a beak in green shorts. Huh. The stuff you see when you haven't got your gun. This says, if someone steals your homing pigeon, then the homing pigeon... Wait, if someone steals your homing pigeon and then the homing pigeon does not go back home, would it be classed as being a normal pigeon? There is a flaw in this law. And this says, perhaps you could make it to the Olympics as a weather forecaster, says Andy in York. Well, you know, I wouldn't be remotely surprised if weather forecasting was an Olympic event. Maybe huffing gas will be an Olympic event in Paris. Laughing gas, dubbed hippie crack, could be made illegal after Prissy Patel asked experts to carry out a review. Well, it is odd, really, because the government regularly asks experts to carry out reviews of our drugs laws, and they always come back with the same thing, that the war on drugs has failed and we should legalise marijuana at the very least. And the government always totally ignores all of those reviews. And then elicits another review. One, it comes in about every year, and they say the same thing every year. And it doesn't matter who it is that looks at this issue, they always come up with the same thing. You're wasting your time. The war on drugs is a total failure. It has never worked anywhere it's ever been tried. Not now, not ever, never. And you should do the opposite of what you're doing. And the government says, righto, we'll keep doing what we're doing. So they're going to have another expert review. Right, and I bet that if this particular drugs review says that we should ban more drugs, then the government will be all ears. Nitrous oxide has become one of the most commonly used drugs, apparently, between the ages of 16 and 24. If you ask the kids...
Want to score some pot?
They'll say, no thanks, Grandad, I'm huffing gas. Kids, just say no. Actually say no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
And that's those little silver canisters that are all over the ground in car parks by the shops. That's what the kids are doing these days, inhaling gas in car parks. It's the gas that they use to make whipped cream squirt out of one of them cans. What a state, eh? Amid mounting concerns, the Home Secretary... You know the Home Secretary? Yeah, that's her. She's asked the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs to review the harm caused by this gas. The Committee of Experts has also been asked to consider whether it should be made illegal to possess nitrous oxide by bringing it under the scope of the anti-drugs laws for the first time. Because, you know, the anti-drugs laws have been so successful. What's the point? They have been the worst failure ever. I mean, even this catastrophic clown show of a government hasn't had any worse failures than the war on drugs. Bodge. 1 in 11 people aged 16 to 24 say that they have taken laughing gas, according to the Crime Survey of England and Wales. Yeah, but Who conducts the Crime Survey of England? Hello, I'm from the government. I would like you to answer some questions about illegal things that you may have been doing. So if 1 in 11 actually admitted it, so we assume that it's 11 in 11? But 1 in 11 is 549,000 individuals. Well, how much of that stuff do they get through? Because you see those little bottles everywhere. I mean, there's just loads of them. Prolonged use apparently can cause anemia and vitamin B12 deficiency, which is, I think, what causes gormlessness. It's making the kids gormless. Have you noticed? Prissy Patel says, misusing drugs have a devastating impact on lives and communities. We are determined to do all we can to address this issue and protect the futures of our children and young people. Should the expert ACMD, that is the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs, should they recommend further restrictions on this drug? We stand ready to take tough action, she said. Yeah, and that tough action will be to write another law onto the books, which won't make the slightest difference, because under the Conservative governments of the last 11 years, the number of police have dropped by 21,000, and the number of police support staff has dropped by double that. Half the number of police stations have closed in the last 10 years. Did you know that? Half the number of police stations that we used to have been shut down by your caring, sharing Conservative Party in the last 10 years. And sold off to private developers who have made them into executive flatlets. They're beautiful. Because that's what we need more of. Tiny £1 million flatlets for people that won't live there. They'll just pass through renting. And even if there was a police person to feel some giggling teenager's collar, they won't exactly get swift justice, or any. Because under the past 10 years of Tory governments, 164 magistrates' courts have been closed. That's also half. Half of the magistrates' courts have been closed under the last 10 years of the law and order Tory governments that we've had in this country. Half the magistrates' courts. And half the police stations. Why aren't people yelling about this? So the Tory party make a lot of noise about being tough on crime, but there has probably never been a better time to be a criminal than right now. So, instead of actually doing something about crime, they enact laws promising ever tougher sentences which don't make a bit of difference because criminals aren't getting arrested in the first place. I mean, the crime clear-up rate under the Law and Order Tories is so bad that they don't want to be judged on it, or the whole lot of them would be off to jail. In 2019, 8% of offences led to a suspect being charged or ordered to appear in court. 8%. And the proportion of crimes that are detected, meaning they've been resolved in some way, has been falling continuously since at least 2015. How are they getting away with painting themselves as the Law and Order Party and suggesting that everything will be chaos if Uncle Jezza had got in, or if Keir Starmer were to enter number 10? So, by all means, Prissy Patel, you can concentrate on nitrous oxide and get some headlines by showing up in a park in your quasi-military Home Secretary cagoule and watch some giggling teenagers get put in a van. That'll solve it. The sale of this nitrous oxide for its psychoactive effects was made illegal in 2016, but is not currently a crime to be caught in possession of it, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. How can it be illegal, but legal to have? Maybe you can have it, but it's illegal to take it. Right. Because it's the stuff that goes into whipped cream canisters. Maybe that's it. You can use it for whipped cream, but not for, no giggling. No giggles. And in case you were wondering, by the way, users apparently fill balloons with laughing gas from the canisters and then inhale it. It leads to euphoria and hallucination and can lead to fits of giggles. Which can also be caused by seeing Priti Patel in her Home Secretary flak jacket. Made me laugh. Let's have a call in... oh, God, what have I done there? I've made a terrible error by pressing the wrong button. Never mind, we'll see. We'll just press ahead and see what we get. Vancouver. Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick.
Am I the only person that thinks it's ironic that you're actually more at risk of personal harm if you use this gas to make whipped cream and you'll die of a heart attack if you have it? This is possibly the only drug in the world where using it legally is the thing that will kill you.
Right.
If you just get high on it, you're good to go.
That's an interesting thought, which had not occurred to me. Yes. No whipped cream, kids. Bad for you.
I don't understand why they're going to make something illegal that even their own experts say, well, it causes a bit of anemia, it might lose some vitamin D. Like, so what? It does nothing, obviously. If that's what you're down to, anemia, then clearly this is completely harmless.
If they are reinforcing this failing war on drugs, then I kind of give up, really. I mean, Canada has legalised marijuana. Is Canada still a functioning democracy? How is society going in Canada? Is it burst into flames? It's flipped upside down?
Well, we still have food on the shelves and we have truck drivers. So
right.
We're doing something right.
Okay.
Maybe you need some weed.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nick. Right. See? They're doing better than we are. This says, will Michael Gove be part of the review of drugs, seeing as he was caught raving in Aberdeen last week? He was having a dance. Are you dancing? Michael Gove. Yeah, and you know, people, that has to be one of the most shared videos of the year so far. Michael Gove throwing shapes. And before we rehabilitate him in the minds of the general public, before we just put him in the category of harmless old cuddly geezer, just look at what he votes for. Just remember who he is. Always voted for a reduction in spending on welfare benefits. Always. This is the guy that tried to walk into the club without paying, essentially saying, "Don't you know who I am?" It was a £5, and he was apparently trying to get out of paying £5 to get into a club because, I'm Michael Gove. Consistently voted for greater restrictions on campaigning by third parties such as charities during elections. Consistently voted against paying higher benefits over long periods for those unable to work due to illness or disability. Just remember who he is. Consistently voted against paying higher benefits over longer periods for those unable to work due to illness or disability. Voted for tuition fees consistently. Generally voted against proportional system for electing MPs. Voted for raising the undergrad tuition fee cap, and so on. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Let's not rehabilitate him. Let's remember who he is. Bill! Exactly. Tina in South Wales says, have you ever slipped on any of those silver nitrous oxide containers? I don't know if the contents are dangerous, but I nearly broke my ankle. Kids, please pick them up and recycle. There are so many about. Yeah, I've sort of had it with litter. The kids littering, it's just extremely annoying because they think they're all eco and green, but they're not. Just look at the mess they leave after a festival. I mean, it's just absolutely staggering. And they're convincing themselves that, they're saving the planet. But no, they're not. No, you aren't. Pick up your stuff and take it with you. This says, I always wanted a tattoo of the Chinese kanji for winter. It's so beautiful. The Olympic rings, though. Are you sure? Says Michelle. Yes, Michelle. I am sure. I would only get a tattoo of the if it was of the Olympic rings, and if I had, represented my country. I don't care what in, just as long as I was there. Glasgow. Hello, Eric.
Good evening.
Eric.
Good morning, rather, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was just saying to your colleague there, my grandmother actually introduced and gave lessons to Michael Gove of dancing. He was in Crieff in Scotland, and I remember him. I was quite young at the time, but he done a bit of the Highland jig and all that.
Yes.
And
Is that what that was?
Well, he does a bit of the fling and all that stuff because he's got connections in Scotland.
Apparently,
he's got connections up here, and I think they should have all went dancing, the whole government, with him when he was doing that little party stuff. He's a good dancer. I've seen him. Very interesting dancer.
Well, that's a curious use of the word "good" in that sentence. A good dancer, you say?
He's a good mover. That's what I'll say. He's a good mover.
Well, he moves. Can we leave it at that? Thanks, Eric. 0345 6060 973. Part of me thinks that it's a good thing. I mean, people should dance more. It gives you pleasure. It sends chemicals swirling around your system. And it might make you a nicer person. You never know. Have a dance. Why not? But let's not get carried away and think that just because somebody over the age of 40 is dancing, that makes them a nice person, because it doesn't. Just remember who he is. But it was funny. It was funny because it was just so unexpected, and he was so sort of loose-limbed. I wonder why. Maybe Priti Patel should look into that. This says, in that case, why are they going to outlaw possession? In that case, when are they going to outlaw possession pictures of Priti Patel in her flak jacket? Possession of pictures of Priti Patel in her flak jacket. That's pretty spelled Pretty. No. If you intend to look at it to make yourself go loopy, ? Says Dave. None of that made any sense, Dave, but never mind. This says, what's your opinion of ABBA? I think they've made some good tunes. I used to be a DJ in a shop. I've mentioned this on the air before. It used to tickle me every time I did it. I used to put a song on, there used to be like a 12-inch dance version of a track by ABBA called The Visitors, which was pretty good. It doesn't sound like anything ABBA ever did. It's a good track. And I used to put it on in a set when I was doing Wheels of Steel with the Wiki Wiki Woo. And kids with, bolts through their face and green hair would come in and go, oh, who's this? And I'd tell them that it was ABBA, just to watch their face fall. Yeah, they're hip. They're with it. This says, Nick, I was against NO2. That's nitrous oxide, kids. See? Already we're learning. The stuff we've already learnt on this show. I was against NO2, but now you've explained it. Where can I get some? Right. Wait, what? It's got nothing to do with me. It says, if it helps me to ignore the idiots running this country, then bring it on, and please bring on some more, says Vince. The idiots running this country. Well, maybe he's had some. I very much doubt it. Maybe angular, tetchy humanoid Dominic Raab has had some, because he was so much in the news this week. I'll talk about him in a minute as well. And there's more on gas. And there's. Did you see that thing about the Queen? Why did that come out today? I mean, people are furious. They're beside themselves with anger. They are. But I mean, these are details. They're not anything new. I mean, if you work in the media, you'll know that everyone is prepared in some way, shape, or form. I mean, it's not a surprise when it happens. Well, it won't be. She's, 130 years old, something like that. So it's not going to be a shock. We can see it coming. Even Her Majesty won't to live forever. That is something that will only be achieved by Keith Richards.
Rock and roll!
Nothing seems to be able to kill Keith Richards. Who's going to be next? Place your bets. 0345 606096. Actually, Jeremy Clarkson wrote a thing in the Times, and it did occur to me before I read it, but we are about to be subsumed in a wave of dead rock and rollers, because all of the best ones are coming to the end of their allotted time. They're about to fall off the conveyor belt of life. So who's going to be next? Place your bets. Philip says, listening to this show is like breathing laughing gas. That's why so many gormless kids voted Remain. Steady on there, Philip. I think that the results are in. We don't have to figure it out or wait any longer. How's Brexit going?
Brexit's going great.
Yeah, that's right. Just as advertised. Right. This says, I loved ABBA, The Visitors, brilliant track and album, says Caroline in Glasgow. They're going on tour. How smart are they? They're going on tour without needing to go on tour. They're staying at home, and holograms of them are going on tour. How brilliant is that? I mean, talk about smart. Another $100 billion for not really doing anything. Genius. This says, I think nitrous oxide should be prescribed on the NHS. After all, laughter is the best medicine. Think of the money saved, says Lorraine in Birmingham. Okay. All right. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your programme as usual. Thanks you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Nick, a few words on nitrous oxide. It was first discovered made by Humphrey Davy, the famous English chemist, in about 1803. And it quickly became a fad amongst smart ladies and gents in London. And it was also found to induce short-term anaesthesia. So teeth could be pulled relatively painlessly.
How did they take it?
They took it, as a gas.
But what was it in?
With a mask. Well, he generated it in a test tube and a flask, and that was connected by piping to a mask that they just put over their nose.
Hey, I wonder if that's what Dennis Hopper's character in Blue Velvet was huffing. Don't you look at me.
I think that's extremely likely.
Huh.
But I'm not aware that its recreational use has ever been proved to be harmful. So what's Prissy Patel on about?
Well, there have been deaths associated with it. I think I read of 2. I'm not sure if there was a direct consequence of taking it, or whether there were some other,
or whether there were other drugs involved, or whatever.
Right.
Who knows? But this just brings me to Prissy Patel. Surely she should be doing something about, say, the huge increase in channel migrants. 3,200 came across last month,
Oh, yeah.
And in the whole of last year, there were only 8,400. At the start of this year, she said that these numbers were shameful. Well, Nick, what's truly shameful is her failure on everything, on every damn thing she touches.
It's the same with the entire cabinet. Whatever they say, just take the opposite of that, and that's what will happen.
Yeah, that's right. And they use this moralistic vocabulary to criticise us when they're the liars and crooks and failures. Why can't people see that?
I don't know. I think they're still transfixed by Brexit, and they won't budge an inch unless they are, or until they are delivered the sunny uplands that they were promised. Because to part company with Bodger and his cast of clowns would mean to abandon hope. So I don't think that people are ready to do that yet.
Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, I thought I'd just give you a few words on nitrous oxide.
OK, thanks a lot, Vance. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. People in polite society have been huffing that gas since the turn of the century. Turn of the last century. Absolutely blooming ages, apparently. I wonder if that's what Dennis Hopper was, Frank. Frank, out of Blue Velvet.
Be polite!
That guy. I haven't seen that in a little while. I think I'm due a refresher. Don't you look at me. This says, Michael Gove dances like Mr. Bean, but on a positive, at least he is better at dancing than the rigid Theresa May moves, says Sean. Yeah, when she came on to Dancing Queen, the Conservative Party conference, wasn't it? She came on dancing like a robot that was getting electrocuted.
Affirmative.
Yeah, it was just like there was something wrong with her. I mean, Theresa May seems to have difficulty walking. Never mind about dancing. Let's start with the easy stuff first, Mrs. M. I think it's the shoes she wears. You can't walk in those shoes. Kick off those comedy clown shoes and put your feet up. Relax, you deserve it. So possession of nitrous oxide, one of the most popular drugs among 16 to 24-year-olds, could be criminalised after the Home Secretary ordered experts to review its effects. 16 to 24, because after the age of 24, you're like, no, it's like so boring. It seems very specific, doesn't it? Like nobody 15 has ever done it, or anybody over 25. Absolutely not. Prissy Patel said she was ready to take tough action on the widespread use of laughing gas. Because, she's taken tough action on the widespread use of marijuana, and nobody smokes that anymore.
Want to score some pot?
What is the point? I mean, practically the rest of the smart world is saying, you know what, forget this. It doesn't work. It hasn't made the slightest bit of difference. It just costs an enormous amount of money trying to police it, and we ain't got no police persons left to investigate your burglary. Or your cat napping. The Royal Society for Public Health opposed Prissy Patel's move, warning it was not clear that criminalising possession had any effect on a drug's level of availability or use. No effect whatsoever. Yeah, that's right. I mean, cocaine is illegal. Are people taking cocaine?
Yes.
You could say the exact same thing for every other drug under the sun, and people are taking it like their lives depended on it. The Royal Society for Public Health said the government's insistence on criminalisation and incarceration for minor drug offences worsens problems linked to illicit drug use, including social inequality and violence. Says the head of policy at the charity, the heavy-handed enforcement approach to drugs does nothing but spread fear among young people, prevents them from seeking the support that they need, and unnecessarily drags them into the criminal justice system. Correctamundo. And it also means that they don't know what they're taking till they've taken it. I mean, imagine if alcohol was sold like that. I'll have a pint of your freshest alcohol, please. And they just served you a pint of mystery liquid. You've got absolutely no idea how strong it is. You don't know what's in it or where it's been or where it's come from. That's the problem with making drugs illegal, is because if and the kids don't think, I'm feeling very bold this evening. I think I'll have a Class B drug tonight. They don't think in those terms. Or Class A or C. I mean, what difference does it make to them? It's just whatever their mate's got. Yeah, I have one of these. Yeah, okay then. They've got no idea what they're taking until they've taken it, because it's illegal. For a government that's supposed to be about the protection of its citizens, it's doing a pretty blooming awful job, isn't it? But, you know, it gets headlines in the right-wing press, and the oldsters that read them, they think, well, the kids are going to get a damn good thrashing. And that makes them feel alive again, you know, for a brief while until the hemorrhoid cream wears off. The drugs charity Release warned that the proposal to criminalise the possession of nitrous oxide could saddle tens of thousands of young people with criminal records, which will affect their employment and educational opportunities, something that seriously outweighs the harms of nitrous oxide. Yeah, that's right. The only people not talking any sense on this are the only people that actually have any power in this regard, are the government.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the only people that aren't talking any sense are the only people that have got any power. The Home Office said laughing gas can cause serious long-term effects such as vitamin B12 deficiency and anemia. It is also commonly used at antisocial gatherings and leads to widespread littering. You know, as opposed to every gathering of human beings the whole world over. Littering? Seriously, is that what they've got? Littering and anemia? Anemia? Feeling tired? What teenager on earth doesn't drop litter and feel tired? What's really amazing is how the young can convince themselves that they are a force for good, and how eco and green they are, and they leave a rubbish mountain the size of Ben Nevis every time they go to a festival.
Disgusting.
Take your tents away with you, kids. Stop trying to convince yourself that you're doing a good deed by leaving them to be repurposed for the poor, starving homeless in Africa. You're not doing it for charity, you're doing it because you can't be bothered. And you can't get the tent back in the tube that it came in. Prissy Patel said, misusing drugs can have a devastating impact on lives and communities. We are determined to do all we can to address this issue to protect the futures of our children and young people. No, wrong. They're not determined to do anything of the sort. They're determined to make a splash about correcting young people so that the elderly who vote Conservative will feel as though something is being done about these dreadful youngsters. I mean, if the government was actually interested in protecting the futures of our children and young people, they wouldn't keep this ridiculous war on drugs nonsense that causes more harm than it solves. Oh, by the way, deaths from alcohol-specific causes rose to 7,432 in England and Wales last year, according to the Office for National Statistics, and more than 1 in 10 incidents of antisocial behaviour were attributed to alcohol.
Booze.
Exactly. Not gas. But let's concentrate on the small stuff. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
This text says, you can tell that nerdy show-off that the formula for nitrous oxide is N2O, not NO2. And even though it goes against every fibre of my being, I actually looked that up, and it is completely correct in every respect. NO2 is nitrogen dioxide, not nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide is N2O. NO2, nitrogen dioxide. Is he having a laugh? Says Patrick in Guildford. Yeah, a little bit of a giggle, yeah. Nitrogen dioxide apparently causes a range of harmful effects, including, but not limited to, increased inflammation of the airwaves, worsened cough and wheezing, reduced lung function, increased asthma attacks, and a greater likelihood of emergency department admissions.
Warning, warning.
Just say no, kids. Just say no, thank you. The stuff you've learned on this show, already I feel much smarter. This says, my neighbour is proud of her tattoo of Chris Akabusi eating chips. Says Sue. I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. I've got no idea what's going on, and this is my show. Let's have a call in Wapping. Paul.
Oh, good evening, Nick.
Paul.
Yeah. The thing is that, like, you know, they should decriminalise it and just let these people who want to take it. You know, and when they're about 50 and they're, like, non-compos mentis, you know, and I don't know which way is up. Well,
Execute them, kill them all. Yeah.
No, I don't mean that.
Oh.
But the point is, they're killing themselves.
Well, we're all killing ourselves one way or another. We're all drinking too much and, we're eating too much and we're not getting exercise and, all of the rest of that.
There was, you might not know the group, but there was an old soul group called the Dramatics, and they had a track called The Devil Is Dope. And it says, while you're getting high, Lucifer is pulling you down lower. He'll make you a slave and put you in your grave, then close the door.
Right. So
that was one of the lyrics off the track.
Right. A band that I've never heard of talking about the devil.
No, they were an old soul band on the Stax label.
It doesn't matter.
In the 70s.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, you're putting them up as some sort of sage, like a band of wisdom in this regard, talking about the devil.
No, the track is called The Devil Is Dope.
Yeah. But you keep saying that like it means something. So what?
Well, it's out to get your soul.
Said this band that no one's ever heard of.
Well, it's a vocal group. Yeah, but nobody's heard of them because nobody's turned on to old soul music these days.
No one's turned on to old soul music these days. Well, maybe in Wapping, Paul, but everywhere else in the world.
Well, what I'm saying is that the song and the lyrics are profound to people who want to take drugs.
But if the lyrics are as you've described, they're not profound at all. They're ridiculous and stupid. Talking about
They're not.
Absolutely, Lucifer is going to drag you down to hell if you smoke dope. What are you talking about?
Well, because you're going to die young.
Or not. Look at Keith Richards. He's had every drug that's ever been invented, and he's still going strong. He's about 150 years old.
Well, he's not 150 years old, but he ain't in the best of health, is he? I mean, he looks about 90.
Paul, he'll outlive you. If a nuclear holocaust rendered the world into a burning cinder, Keith Richards would emerge unscathed. Lucifer. I mean, what are you talking about? But anyway, thanks for the call, Paul. Appreciate it. This says, can someone slip Gove some nitrous oxide before the next vote on benefit cuts? His moves might transcend him towards the eyes, says Desiree in Sheffield. No, I don't think that's the kind of person he is. He may come across as unthreatening and kind of goofy, but that's not who he is. This says, remember when Keith Richards fell out of a coconut tree? He survived that. Yeah, coconut tree died. Keith Richards lived on. This says, you do know nitrous oxide is the same as laughing gas they use for women in ensuring childbirth. Ensuring childbirth? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean making it less painful? No, I did not know that. I thought they had something, significantly more, powerful than that. I thought an epidural, isn't that an injection you get in your spine? So, you may be way off there. I don't really know. This says, Nick, if one day the Queen really does die, will she still go on tour but as a hologram? How will she shake hands, says James. Well, yeah, so it was just so bizarre that they... I guess I'll have to talk about this after the news because I haven't got time now. But I don't know why the information got released about what's going to happen when the Queen passes on. It didn't seem necessary to put it out, and we will find out when we get there. I mean, there's no indication that she's ill or, on the cusp of going, but she is 90-something. So it won't be unexpected when it happens. It's just really weird that the newspapers, on the one hand, they said, yes, absolutely outrageous that this information has been leaked, and the palace is searching for the person who leaked this information, which we will print on pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 with a full colour pull-out section inside. telling you how outraged we are that this information has got out. Papers, eh? How many? This says, just seen a skinny, raggedy fox. Oh my God, there's so many foxes around. I mean, it's more so than I can ever remember. I mean, usually when I drive home, I see maybe 3, 4 dart in front of the car. They're very smart, and they know not to hang about in the road. But I've never seen so many foxes as are around this year. And they don't seem to be bothered about the light anymore. It doesn't seem to bother them being around in the daytime. They're pretty much taking over. They're just lounging around the garden and wandering down the road in the middle of the day. And I thought the daytime was when they slept because they didn't want to come across any, smelly humans. I thought we were the ones that discombobulated them. But they're getting bold. They don't care about us anymore. I mean, they'll stand in the garden and you wave your arms about, flap your arms, and you try and shoo them away, and they just stand there looking at you, thinking, oh yeah, what are you going to do? I think they're getting a bit too comfortable. Once we get rid of those squawking budgies that are taking over everywhere, then maybe somebody should think about, correcting the foxes. Because at some point they're going to think, well, you know what? These humans, they're not that scary. They move like great lumbering cows on 2 legs, not 4. We could beat them in a fight easy. And they're just going to start hanging around outside the supermarket waiting for us to come out laden with shopping. I mean, if a squirrel launched an attack on you in a park, you would run away screaming, wouldn't you? If a mouse did it, you'd hightail it out of there. So if a fox decided to attack you for the food that you're eating on your picnic, you'd be in the next county in about 2 minutes, and the fox would eat a lot. Once they figure out that we won't put up a fight, like seagulls have figured out, we are doomed. Did you see Dominic Raab? Oh my God. During an intense and often angry 2-hour session this week in front of MPs, the Foreign Secretary, angular, tetchy humanoid Dominic Deckchair Raab was peppered with questions that he either would not, could not, or did not have time to answer. Have you ever seen anybody look so furious in all your life? Dominic Raab would not say how many Britons, Afghans and others on evacuation lists were left behind. He was pressed repeatedly by Stuart MacDonald, a Scottish National Party MP, to say when he left the UK to go on holiday to a luxury hotel in Crete as the situation in Afghanistan rapidly deteriorated. It was at a luxury hotel in Crete. I can only dream of staying at a luxury hotel in Crete. Even if the sea was closed. The sea was closed for refurbishment. You know, all the fish were away, it being August, so the sea closed down for the month. You know, like an Italian restaurant. Closed. As for his arrival date, the Foreign Secretary simply refused to answer, describing Stuart MacDonald, a Scottish National Party MP's questioning, as pretty partisan. He doesn't like your attitude. Dominic said he was at all material times contactable. Right. Having failed to get an answer, MacDonald said all military leave had been cancelled on the 23rd of July and wondered if it was a bad idea for Raab, the Prime Minister, and several other officials in the Foreign and in the Foreign Office, the Home Office and the MOD to take breaks all at the same time. And he thought about it for a second and said... Yes. Yeah. Yes is the answer. Actually, yes is probably quite right. I mean, maybe not in this particular government's case. Maybe it would be better for the nation if the whole lot of them went on holiday permanently. It's okay, Bodge, you go and enjoy yourself. We'll try and get along without you. The Guardian says the most surreal moment came when Raab was asked whether the British Embassy's portrait of the Queen had been left behind or captured by the Taliban. What? Asked Labour's Neil Coyle, was not the portrait of Her Majesty left in the British Embassy? The Foreign Secretary said he thought the picture had been destroyed, which would be the normal procedure for the emergency closure of an embassy.
What?
A picture of the Queen is normally destroyed in the case of an emergency closure of an embassy. Why? In case it falls into enemy hands, what are they going to do with it? It's not a helicopter. You can't mount a murderous rampage from a picture of the Queen. This is what they're concentrating on. We shall run away from the enemy and pull everyone out except those we don't care much about. We shall leave our equipment all over the place because giving terrorists a huge weapons cache couldn't cause any problems, but a portrait of the Queen, we shall never surrender. Apparently we have secured a promise from the Taliban. This is absolutely true. We have apparently secured a promise from the Taliban to safeguard the photograph of the Queen from looters if it were to be found. You know, they'll pop it in the post.
Thank you.
I mean, really? And then, like I said, this news came out today, which is just bizarre. This is the Mail reporting this. The cruel and immoral leak of top-secret plans to be enacted when the Queen dies is expected to be formally investigated by the government amid growing anger at Buckingham Palace. Buckingham Palace said, Operation London Bridge is only shared with a small group of people and reveals that all Whitehall flags must be lowered to half-mast within 10 minutes, followed by a TV address and a UK tour by Prince Charles. And a pre-planned memorial service at St Paul's Cathedral for ministers that will be made to look spontaneous, even though it isn't. Well, that's weird. Why would they make it look spontaneous? I just love that they're like the press are painting themselves as the good guys by passing on this information while saying how outraged they are that this information has become public. Do they read their own stuff? It's priceless. Why would the memorial service at St Paul's be made to look spontaneous? And how would that look exactly? Spontaneous? What, like they just thought it up and did it? The royal family's website will be replaced with an all-black page with a short statement confirming Her Majesty's death. All gov.uk websites will have a black banner added. And then they go into gruesome detail about what's going to happen every moment of every day. The Prime Minister will be informed by a phone call the day the Queen dies. The Prime Minister will be out, as he will be having intense discussions with some hot Tory totty that also just happens to be his new special advisor. Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
Then there'll be a speech by the PM. Not a good idea.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He'll spend hours deciding whether to go out with his ordinary look or to actually comb his hair. And if he does that, then his whole image will be gone, because it will look like the act that it is. He doesn't comb his hair for anything, because that's his image, it's his logo. But the pressure to comb his hair for that will be absolutely enormous. I mean, it would be the end of his political career if he showed up looking like he normally does to address the nation after the death of the Queen. It would be, that's it, you've had your chance and you blew it. It ain't funny no more. But, you know, while he's announcing deaths in the hundreds of thousands and billions of pounds of public money gone into the hands of donors and mates, then apparently we don't care what he looks like. On day one, Charles will be declared the new king. On day 3, Charles begins a tour of the UK, which seems a bit sudden, doesn't it? A tour, 1 day off, and then back at it. On day 10, it will be the Queen's funeral. So that's 10 days. This country is going to turn its lights out and put up a closed sign for 10 days. After which, there will be a gradual decline of interest in everything royal. Apart from blaming whatever goes wrong on Cruella de Marco. No! Took our Harry away from us. 0345 6060 973. There was actually more to that Fox email. I stopped reading about halfway through. It says, just seen a skinny, raggedy fox. Haven't seen one for a while. I believe this is a result of Brexit and our food shortage, as we are no longer creating food waste, says BJ. Well, I don't know where you're living, BJ, but there's no end of foxes where I live. I mean, there's too many. There are just so many of them. They're everywhere. This is Michael Gove, photographed in a nightclub dancing. I wonder who tipped off the photographers that he would be in that nightclub. It wouldn't be Michael Gove by any chance, says Jim. Jim, it was somebody it was mobile phone footage, surely. Everybody's a journalist now. Everybody's got a camera in their pocket. You don't need to alert the press. We're all press now. Lester, hello, David.
Hello, Nick. I think you're just saying everyone's press these days. You look at I didn't ring to tell you this, to mention this, but they've said about all these arrests and trouble at the march in London. But you go on YouTube and look at certain news outlets. There was no trouble. The crowd were very peaceful. It's only when they tried to enter the MHRA building. But that's a different issue. What I rang to say is, what happens if Charles dies before the Queen? Have they got contingency plans?
Well, yeah, he said confidently. I don't know. Well, Wills will get it. I mean, it's not going to go to Andy, is it? I mean, because nobody would stand for that. But Wills will get it.
But does Will know that his dad might die before the Queen? His dad's in his 70s, isn't it?
Well, anything is possible. Yeah, anything is possible. But I do think that we will experience a great diminution of interest in all things royal.
I certainly don't think when the Queen, when Di died, that was quite an emotional outburst from the country.
Yeah.
And when the Queen Mother died, that was very emotional as well.
Was it?
I think so. Compared to what we'll get for the Queen down, I don't think there'd be much. What word do I want to use? There's much emotion.
Are you kidding me? People have had the Queen in their lives, almost all of us, for an entire existence. And
I have.
Yeah, and I mean, she's been beaming out of the front of magazines and newspapers our entire lives. So it's almost like she's. And the not saying anything part does mean that we can, put on her the kind of personality types that we want. Because she's never said anything. She's almost like a blank canvas, a blank, sparkly, smiley canvas, and we can put on to her all sorts of personality traits that we would actually, like ourselves. Regardless of whether that's actually what she's like. None of us have any idea what she's like. And yet she's been a part of our lives for so long. I think there's going to be by two things. I think there will be genuine emotion, and then on top of that, layered on top, like squirty cream that comes out of a canister, one of those little things that the kids are huffing, there will be this competitive emoting. And I think that the country will be full of people who are expressing emotion as though it is a contest. I am more upset than you, kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. Since this announcement's been made, have we actually seen her?
Well, not today. No.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. She might be ill, and
no, I don't think so. Apparently not. No, she's doing just fine. Don't worry about it, David. Thanks a lot, mate. This text says, people said that when Mrs. May was dancing, she looked like she was trying to move a large fridge. That's a good one. It says, I miss her. I can't believe who we have in charge now, says Kath.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. Even he's stunned. This says, the next rock legend to die, sadly, I think Shane McGowan, formerly of the Pogues. Well, he never did look well, did he? On the other hand, the laws of probability suggest it will be an ex-member of The Fall, being as there are about 60 of them, says Alexandra. Where's north from here?
Rock and roll!
Hampton. Matthew.
Oh, good evening. I hope you're well, matey. Enjoying the sound effects as usual.
Yeah, who am I? Doesn't matter.
As I just mentioned to your producer there.
Yeah.
I've come on air to defend the Queen. I'm a bit of a royalist anyway.
A bit of?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And
well, that's not, that's hardly a ringing endorsement, is it? A bit of, a kind of royalist.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go overboard, though.
Right, let's not get out of control. Go ahead.
No. But you know, I mean, she's coped with the death of her husband. She never seeks any attention. She goes about her business on a quiet
She never
basis.
seeks any attention. She shows up in from head to toe in canary yellow. What are you talking about?
Well, she's entitled to do what she likes. She's probably the most important person in England.
Well, she isn't. That would be Bodger.
Well, I'd defend him as well. I think he's getting unnecessary criticism. I mean, whoever they had in charge of the country would get criticised in some way or other. And he's
doing his best.
He's dealt with the COVID aspect
badly.
No, I think he's dealt with it very well.
Abysmal. The worst on earth.
Do you think so?
I know so.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I've got it wrong, but from what I can sort of see or experience, he's dealt with it accordingly, and it's not an easy thing to deal with, is it? And,
well, other countries seem to have done it, have dealt with it considerably better than we have. I mean, fewer deaths, for instance. There's
a lot of inconsistencies. I have to say, in terms of the wearing of masks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
they tell us to wear masks in public places, and then they all of them, like a memo went round, showed up in Westminster not wearing masks.
No, absolutely. But 1 minute, you're told you don't need to wear a mask, and then I jumped on the tram yesterday to Wimbledon, and there's inspectors getting on and asking you to put a mask on.
Did they?
Well, yeah. Then they're saying, unless you wear a mask, you could get fined or whatever. But then you can jump on anything other than transport for London and not wear a mask, and you won't get fined or threatened with a fine, as it were. It's just so many inconsistencies.
Yeah, nobody has any idea what they're supposed to be doing. It seems like that's the plan, to keep us all, on the edge of our seats, permanently unbalanced. I'm feeling quite unbalanced just thinking about it.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I won't keep going on there. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, thanks a lot, matey. 0345 6060 973. Did he actually call me matey?
Yes.
I believe he did, yeah. This says, just a thought, if Benny and Bjorn from ABBA had been called Steve and Dave, the group would have been called Asda. Listeners with material.
Oh, no.
This says, Patel is just trying to ban laughter. After all, she does have a reputation for being a bully. You may think that. I couldn't possibly comment. But she does. This says, we used nitrous oxide as an anaesthetic in the vets where I worked. It gave good analgesia, but eventually it was banned in our clinics because if you don't get enough oxygen with it, it's very dangerous and the animal could die. Same applies to humans. Yeah, it doesn't say... I don't know. It's... Where do they get them from, apart from anything else? Where do the kids get all these little canisters from? I mean, there's just so many of them. There must be millions just lying about on the ground. Apart from anything else, kids, take your rubbish home with you. Kidding on like they're eco and green and concerned about the planet. Nothing could be further from the truth. You're not remotely interested, just like everybody else. Just interested in your own personal pleasure at any one time. Not remotely interested in anything else. No one is. But the difference between older people and the kids is that the kids have convinced themselves that they're eco and green and, saving the planet. And old people are just can't be bothered. They actually distrust and dislike anybody that suggests saving the planet, as though it's an unpatriotic thing to say. What a weird time we're living in, eh? This says, hey, Nick, the war on drugs. I could point to the US states that have legalised marijuana having a reduction in crime and a massive boost in tax takes, but instead I will point out that the war has been won by people, high and stoned, looking for an ice cream van at 3 a.m. Not quite sure what that... how you got from one to the other. I don't know, maybe he was drunk when he wrote it. All those states. And I think by far more states in America now have either legalised marijuana for recreational use or have legalised it for medical use, which I think, as far as... people's ordinary experience of life is concerned, is pretty much the same thing. You just go to a doctor and say, please help me, doctor, I'm stressed. And they will write you a script for medical marijuana. And if that doctor doesn't write you a script for medical marijuana, you just go to another one that does. So I think most states in America now have legalised marijuana to one extent or another. And America is still there. Portugal is still there. They've legalised all drugs. Holland. All these places. What's weird, I think it's still true. We, in this country, where all drugs are completely illegal because, Priti Patel and her predecessors just play up to the right-wing press, and they don't want to do anything that's going to get them a negative headline in the Daily Mail. So they talk a good game about banning all drugs and the war is, we're winning the war and blah blah blah. But we in this country take more drugs than people in Holland. We smoke more dope in this country than they do in Holland, where you can walk into a cafe and have one in a blueberry muffin. How you set light to a blueberry muffin, I've got absolutely no idea. But they're experts over there.
Want to score some pot?
No, thank you. So to keep prosecuting this war that that has failed in every country it's ever been tried, it's like, why are they doing it? It doesn't make any logical sense. So it must be something other than that. It's politics. And as I said, if the first duty of a government is to protect its citizens, it's not doing a very good job, is it? I mean, kids, there's no noticeable reduction in the number of kids who are taking drugs just because they're illegal. And so what they're doing is taking something that they don't know what it is till they've taken it. That's the problem with illegal drugs, their very illegality. Unless I'm getting any of this wrong, in which case you must correct me. Did you see the Economist wrote about Dominic Raab and how the Foreign Office is not a happy place? under his munificent leadership. He is being set up for a fall, isn't he? That Mr. Raab's Foreign Office is not a happy place is hardly surprising given his ideological leanings, says The Economist, but the atmosphere has been worsened by his personality, variously described as tightly wound, controlling and cold. Well, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was completely correct in every respect. He's an angular, tetchy humanoid, like a robot.
Affirmative.
Some officials have taken to calling him Five Eyes, which was a double reference to the Five Eyes, EYES. That's the intelligence sharing with America, Australia, Canada and New Zealand. Why them? I mean, I know we all speak English, but is that the only reason? Those are the only people that we could talk to because English is their first language? America, Australia, Canada and New Zealand. I mean, they're rather far-flung, aren't they? For an intelligence-sharing group. But that's not what the Five Eyes mean in Dominic Raab's case. In his case, they're his attributes. Insular, imperious, idle, irascible, and ignorant. Wow. Insular, imperious, idle, irascible, and ignorant. He's handled this hostile environment by sidelining ambassadors and surrounding himself with special advisors. Yes, men, in other words.
Yes.
He has built no close relationships with his counterparts around the world, failing to talk to foreign ministers in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and several other places ending in Stan. That's in the 6 months leading up to the fall of Kabul. Important decisions were shaped by callow youths who have seldom strayed outside the Westminster Village, rather than by seasoned diplomats. I mean, it's almost as though he's as bad as the previous incumbent, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Might the manifest failings of one member of his cabinet inspire the Prime Minister to take a hard look at the others? Says The Economist. Why does it contain so many people who mess up everything they do, like Gavin Williamson, the Education Secretary? I mean, talk about angular, tetchy humanoids. It says the cost of packing the cabinet with mediocrities is rising by the day. Yeah, and we're paying. Having seized the horse of history by the tail when he backed Brexit, he's in danger of failing, is Bodger, because he has assembled incompetent horsemen rather than crack cavalry, says The Economist. Incompetent horsemen? It's a cavalcade of asses. They're talking about. It says, have any of you listeners noticed an influx of spiders in their gardens this summer? When's spider season? I hesitate to talk about spiders this late at night, and I won't dwell on it, but it's the autumn, isn't it? Aren't they microscopically small at the moment, and then they become huge in the autumn? I had to get rid of one from my place the other day. It was approximately as big as the alien monster. It was enormous, but it was like way too big to smash. So it was the glass trick, because they haven't learnt that yet. When they do, then we're in big trouble. Put a glass over it, slide a piece of paper underneath, then chuck it out the door, and hope it isn't one of those homing spiders. This says, talking about foxes, I threw a couple of tin cans at a rat on the pavement late one night. The little guy didn't even flinch. In the end, he casually walked on, says Gaff in Sheffield. Yeah, I saw a rat when I used to live in Clapham North, which is still a pretty awful place, by the way. I mean, 20 years later, dreadful. I saw a rat waddling down the middle of the road in the afternoon, about the size of a dog. It was absolutely huge. It's a great fat thing. And waddle is right. just minding its own affairs, just casually strolling down the middle of the road, all of a wobble. I mean, they say that you're never more than 6 feet away from a rat in London. Well, in Westminster, absolutely.
Here we go. Okay.
But ordinarily, you don't feel that because you don't see them much. I must have seen a rat maybe 3 times in the entire period I've lived in London since 1978. They just hide themselves, unlike foxes, which, as I say, are getting bolder and bolder. And we'll rue the day when we let them take over. This says, talking about... No, I've read that. This one. If foxes do take over, they'll probably do a better job at running the planet than us humans. Well, that is a good point. It says, you should start charging 50p for each text you read out. You could retire by lunchtime. P.S. I realise the irony of this text. People have decided that they just want to text me all the time now. Text, baby. Which is okay, I suppose, but it does mean an enormous amount of work on my part, just reading, which is very bad for the eyes. Tooting, Anita.
Hi, Nick. I love you, you lovely Leo man.
Thanks, Anita. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm just phoning to find... Basically, my sister was here from San Diego. She was here on holiday for 3 weeks, and she could not believe that I could go to Boots with toothache and get a painkiller that contained either ibuprofen and codeine or paracetamol and codeine, because in America, well, in California, you can't get a codeine-based painkiller because of the Vicodin scandal that happened in America.
Yeah, but you can get no end of other things.
I know, yeah, she can get weed. She can get weed delivered to her door.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean prescription medicines in America. America's got an absolutely terrible problem with prescription drugs.
But not codeine. So there's a big thing about codeine, and she was like completely aghast that I can just walk around the corner in High Street, go to Boots, and get a codeine-based painkiller, and yet in America, because of Vicodin, it is impossible to get codeine.
Right.
Even from your GP.
Well, what does codeine do in the quantities that you can get over the counter from Boots?
Well, look, codeine it's a morphine-based painkiller, so it's it's going to kind of numb pain, but obviously if you take too much, it will, respiratory arrest will happen. But I just thought it was kind of like, oh my God, you can get weed delivered to your door in California, but you can't get 12.5 milligrams of codeine from your GP.
I think pretty much the entirety of America is on some dodgy pill or other that they got from their GP.
Antidepressants? Oh my God.
All of that.
Yeah, as much as you want. Yeah, as much as you want. Antidepressants, anti-anxiety, massively.
I mean, American TV and radio adverts are all about people...
prescription medication.
Yeah, all of it.
Yes.
And it's also vague. I mean, there'll be an ad that says, do you feel a bit meh? Then ask your doctor.
Antidepressants.
Yeah.
But
ask
because of Vicodin.
Yeah, you keep saying
codeine,
that. Right.
Sorry.
I know. But codeine ain't going to do you. It's not going to be. What does it do to you?
I know, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly.
Nothing.
It's not a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you take too many of them, you're going to die of what is in the pill with the codeine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, if you take too much paracetamol, if you drink too much water, you can die.
That's actually true. Water is very dangerous.
Warning!
Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Anita. Yeah, codeine. Yeah, I don't think it actually makes... I mean, you're not going to get high off the stuff that you get over the counter at Boots. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. This says, looking at the Queen's portrait has a similar effect to looking at Medusa. We're doomed, says Alec from Petts Wood, which I think is treasonable suggestion. Nitrous oxide, fun, harmless, used by dentists, etc., ban it. Nitrogen dioxide, extremely harmful, churned out by millions of cars and buses every day, not a problem. I think that's ironic. And it says, I don't get how you can be brought before a committee for questioning and then not answer questions. Yeah, especially when the press always describes these committees as the powerful Home Affairs Committee or the powerful this, that and the other. They always use that word powerful as though the government has instructed them to write it that way. And the irony there is that they aren't powerful. They can't do anything. Why do they keep saying powerful? The Powerful Home Affairs Select Committee. They aren't. They have no power at all. It says, I find it insulting that Charles and William think that they'll be king for any length of time. When the Queen passes, the spell of the whole institution will lift. Harry sees the wood for the trees. He's claimed refugee status in Hollywood, says Chris. Is that what's happened? I think you're completely right, yeah. The spell of the whole institution will lift. There won't be no charisma no more. Because Wills ain't got no charisma. Charles ain't got no charisma. And they'll be showing up wearing the most boring clothes, whereas the Queen will be in, aquamarine from head to toe. You'll always spot her in a crowd. But Chaz and Wills, too dull, boring. So, yeah, I think our interest in all things royal will dissipate. That, I believe, is why the institution is so furious with Hazard and Sparkles. Because they got charisma. And they left. So we're stuck with the boring ones. And the weird ones. Yep, I think it's all over. This says, off with your head. Whatever you lefties moan about, I know a lot of you will be more upset about losing our Queen one day than you imagine. Like royalty or not, you'll miss her service and grace when she's gone. Okay, I partially agree that it's a bit creepy and egotistical to plan your own funeral, says Richard in Twickenham. No, it isn't. She's not planning it anyway. It's not creepy and egotistical to plan your own funeral any more than it is to plan your own birthday party. Here I am sticking up for the Queen now. This says, HRH could live another 10 years, says Rob. Well, she's 95. She could live another 20. This says, morning matey. All the kids looking after the planet, ? Did you see the fields after Leeds and Reading festivals? Cheers, Phil. No, I did not, but I can imagine. All of those kids who leave their tents, they convince themselves that they're doing a good thing because they're leaving them to charity, but they're not. You're not doing a good thing, and you're not leaving them to charity. It just gets chucked in a giant hole in the ground. But they convince themselves, because they're young and they've thought about, eco and being green and all of that they are in some way innocent of that. But you're not. Look at the mess you leave behind. Pick your stuff up, kids. Bristol, Charlotte.
Hello.
Charlotte.
I just came in on your conversation regarding codeine.
Oh, yeah.
Over the counter.
Mm-hmm.
So I work for a well-known pharmacy.
Oh, yes.
And it is one of the most abused medication that is purchased over the counter.
Abused?
Yep.
Well, what do you mean by abused?
It's purchased on a regular basis, an opiate. So when you initially take it, you get a little bit of a high from it.
Right.
And people get quite addicted to it. And the side effects of not taking it is getting a headache. So then you have to take it more and more.
Well, like coffee?
Yeah, basically. But, it is one of the most abused products that is purchased in a pharmacy.
But that's weird, because you can't just get neat opioids, can you?
No, but you get cocodamol, and you can get sort of, the 12.5, so it's quite a high strength, so you can take sort of 2 of those. And the effect and feeling that it gives somebody, it gives them a little bit of a high, and the more they take it, the more they then need it.
Right.
And then when they stop taking it, the side effects of that is getting a headache. So then they think they need to take it again to get rid of the headache.
Get rid of the headache. That's a painkiller to get rid of the headache that's caused by not taking the painkiller.
Exactly. So it's basically an addiction.
But the stuff that comes with the I mean, it's got aspirin in it, hasn't it? I mean,
it's paracetamol.
Right.
No, it's paracetamol.
All right,
so,
but hang on a minute. But it's the same. You can't take a lot of that, otherwise you'll get. I don't know what does an excess of paracetamol do?
Yeah, not very good for your liver.
Not very good for their liver. Precisely.
No, but unfortunately, because people get addicted to the codeine within the cocodamol,
right? They don't care about the liver thing.
No, exactly. They take more and more to get the desired effect, and so they take more than the recommended daily dose that you should take.
Right, so when somebody comes up and says, oh, please help me, I need your help, I need some codeine, what do you say? So,
well, this is the problem. So we have a questioning technique that we have to abide by.
Okay. So I've just rocked up at your counter, I look like I'm in a right state, and I've asked for some of that stuff.
No, but this is the thing. They don't tend to rock up looking like a right state. It's your general.
I've just waltzed up to your counter, and I look as smart as you've ever seen a human being.
Yeah, and they know what to say, and they know the answers to the questions we're going to ask.
What are the questions?
Well, the questions are, have you taken them recently? Because we're only allowed to sell them for no more than 3-day use. So we have to ask, have you taken them in the last 3 days?
No.
Yeah, exactly. No. So it relies on us basically getting used to our customers and used to the regular users. And it's only those people, and if we get used to the regular people, that we can sort of flag it to the pharmacist and say, they've been here, last week or yesterday or 2 days ago. And it's up to then the pharmacist to say, actually, we're not going to sell it to you. But yeah, they're very savvy. They know the questions we're going to ask. They know, I've had instances where, I don't know, I served them in the past, so they make sure that I'm not serving them, and another customer, another sort of fellow,
So they may be drug addicts, but at least they're not so confused that they can't.
But this is the thing: they are
some way around
drug
the rules.
addicts, but they don't see that they're drug addicts, if you know what I mean, because it's an over-the-counter medicine.
Yeah.
They don't see it in the way. They basically they are drug addicts.
Well, prescription,
but they don't see it.
Yeah, prescription medicine is what's is what's ailing America. I mean, that OxyContin stuff. We don't have that here, do we? OxyContin.
No, not at all. But this is the other issue: is that patients get prescribed cocodamol high strength by the doctor to say for a bad back.
Yeah.
The doctor stops prescribing it, but by that point.
They're hooked.
They're hooked. So then they start coming into the pharmacy and they will purchase the strongest strength that they can get. But they will take more of that, despite the fact that there's paracetamol in it, and that is going to cause them the biggest problem. But they don't see that, because all they're trying to get then is their fix of the codeine. And it's quite concerning, and it's a really big issue.
Yeah, well, it must be an absolute blooming nightmare working behind the counter.
It is very much so, and as I said, it's obviously we do what we can, and as I said, if we recognise reoccurring customers and that, and we'll stop them, but we might not sell to them, but there's nothing stopping them then going to the pharmacy down the road.
Yeah, right.
And purchasing, because then they know the questions that are going to be asked, so then they know what to say or not to say. And there was a film, wasn't there, a documentary recently, I think on ITV, showing the presenter going around lots of pharmacies buying cocodamol, and it just goes to show how easy it is.
That was on TV. That doesn't sound like a very good show.
No, it was on TV. No, because it was basically trying to highlight the fact that there is an issue with people buying opiates, and there was an issue around pharmacies like asking the right questions. Yeah. Luckily, I work for a pharmacy where we do actually ask the right questions, but a lot of pharmacies don't, and it just sort of highlighted the fact that we might say no, but then they could go to another pharmacy and they don't even question them.
Right.
And
hey, kids,
and it's quite frightening.
Yeah, just say no. Just say
no, 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 no.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. Appreciate it. Just say no thank you. Good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Yeah. This says, I had rats in the back of my garden the size of rabbits. Well, how big were the rabbits? This says, deck chair Dom, angular, tetchy humanoid, Dominic deck chair Raab, refused multiple times to reveal to a select committee what day he went on holiday. Why? Just because. Well, that's fair enough, I suppose, says Darryl in Hove. And this says, living in London, I'm not bothered by the sight of a rat walking down the road. That's normal. What bothered me was a swan I saw last week waltzing down the high street in Cowes, like it owned the blooming place. Well, it probably did. Heathrow. God, has anybody been through Heathrow lately? How was it?
Dreadful.
The Home Office has finally admitted that massive queues at London's Heathrow, where people, including a pregnant woman, have fainted, are unacceptable. That's what they said. Yeah, they stood there with their hands on their hips, just surveying the disaster in front of them, and said, it's unacceptable. You're doing an excellent job, Priti Patel. Up to today, they were saying that it was acceptable, but now it's unacceptable. Thousands of Brits have been forced to cram into small hallways with no social distancing measures in place and queuing for several hours to pass immigration. It's all part of Operation Warm Welcome. One holidaymaker called Sonny told Sky News he saw a pregnant woman pass out while in the queue on Friday night. He said there were thousands of families queuing up, just two people in booths up front checking documents. He said children were screaming and crying, which is just like Priti Patel likes it. She's like them, flying ghosts out of Harry Potter. They get their energy off other people's misery. What do they call them? What do they call them flying ghosts?
Flying ghosts?
Yes. Flying ghosts. The holidaymaker said the queue around moved about 5 feet in the space of about 45 minutes. Wow, 5 feet in 45 minutes. That's about as fast as you go on the M25. 5 feet in 45 minutes. And then he said the pregnant woman fainted. She should have fainted at the beginning of the 45 minutes. She could have spared herself the wait. One photo appears to show a male traveller lying on the floor in the London airport after apparently passing out while queuing for passport control. Amid claims that stressed holidaymakers had no access to ventilation or toilets and no shuttles were available. No ventilation. I wonder if Gavin Watson had anything to do with it. Yeah, maybe. He's an expert on ventilation. No shuttles, no ventilation, no toilets. Welcome to global Britain. Unshackled from those pesky rules about toilets and air. Now we're setting our own rules and people are passing out in the proper British manner. One patriotic passenger queuing for hours to get into immigration at Heathrow tweeted, kids crying and screaming and fully grown men fainting whilst two people in the booth serving thousands of people queuing up on the runway. Makes you proud to be British, don't it?
No.
In a statement, a Heathrow spokesmodel blamed unacceptable queuing times in immigration on too few border force officers on duty. She claimed the Home Office were aware of the extra demand and said they were disappointed that they didn't prove sufficient resource. She's not angry, she's just disappointed.
Correct.
And so they asked the Home Office for a quote. And the Home Office said, don't question us, peasant. They actually said, throughout the pandemic, we have been clear that queue times may be longer as we ensure all passengers are compliant with the health measures put in place to keep the UK public safe. People by the thousands squashed together in airless corridors and passing out on tile floors. That doesn't seem to meet the definition of safe, does it? The border farce is overseen by Home Secretary Priti Patel and Transport Secretary Grant Shapps, which answers a lot of questions you have had about this.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, it's them what done it. It's almost as though this administration is trying to kill us. Industry experts warned huge queues are damaging Britain's reputation as a hub for global travel. Wow, experts, you say. But to be fair, who could have predicted that the end of summer, the end of school holidays, and the bank holiday week would have been busy for travel? I mean, you'd need to be a genius to predict that. Paul Charles, CEO of the travel PR group PC Agency, told Mail Online that the border force should have known this weekend is one of the busiest for travel back into Britain after the summer period and the bank holiday weekend, and urged Miss Patel to get a grip. Which is what she was doing, as she was strangling puppies at the time. Dr. Stephen Freudman, former president of ABTA, said the images of chaos at Britain's biggest airport make the country look like a laughingstock. And will put people off from visiting, he said. He also called the mayhem a disgrace and totally predictable. This country, a laughingstock. Why would anybody think that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Lucy Morton, spokesmodel for the Immigration Services Union, said border force, and in particular large airports like London Heathrow, have suffered from chronic underfunding for some years. Although border force as a whole has recruited 1,000 new officers in the last 2 years, these have been paid for with EU exit money. The EU! Boo! And directed solely to inland and international trade. While this government flailed its arms around trying to fashion some sort of success out of the Brexit catastrophe. She said London Heathrow has no inbound recruitment for many years, but staff loss is running at between 10 and 20%. Hey, you know what? You could say the same for nurses and doctors and police persons and bin people and pretty much everybody else that we rely on, that successive Tory governments have allowed to disappear on the wind like a bad smell. Probably because they were following the lead of a certain Tangerine Scream in the White House, who knows a lot about wind, by the way.
I know a lot about wind. One
traveller told Mail Online last night, I am currently at Heathrow Airport and the queues have been 3 to 5 hours long for immigration. Wow. I landed in Terminal 5 and the transit train wasn't working, so we had to walk in a tunnel for 20 minutes with no ventilation during COVID. We've been in the back of a queue for 2 to 3 hours, but some will have to wait for 5 hours with families and babies stuck in the queue. Oh my God. What's happening to this country? I wonder who might be responsible. Another traveller said the worst thing is that the way the queues were organised, it meant that you couldn't distance and had people walking in opposite direction facing you all the time at either side. Everyone coming in from different flights, all together in one very small enclosed unventilated space. If you wanted to design a super spreader event, this would be the way to do it. And then at the end of it all, no one even checked any of our COVID paperwork, he said. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. He said, we simply went through the e-passport gates. I think that was the gate that Michael Gove went through to get into that club, wasn't it? The e-passport gate. He said, we've been queuing for more than 2 hours. The baggage hall was also just a mess, with baggage piling up so that you had to walk around hunting for your cases, which had been removed from the conveyors. It felt as though no one cared. That's going to be the new slogan unveiled at the Tory Autumn Conference. No one cares. 3 words, snappy and memorable. Images taken on Friday showed snaking lines of frustrated passengers waiting to enter the UK in scenes that are now wearily familiar due to border farce failing to tackle an issue that has been going on all summer. That's because Priti Patel has been busy spotting dinghies and thinking up new laws for pet napping that are exactly the same as the existing laws for pet napping. I was talking about this last night. You know that she's going to get really, really strict on the pet nappers, and they're going to go to jail for 7 years. We're going to bring in a new law that it's illegal to steal someone's dog. Well, guess what, fact fans? It's already illegal to steal someone's dog, and the penalty is jail for up to 7 years. God, what a bunch of charlatans. I am stunned. Ex-Tory leader Ian Middle Name Smith called the scenes at arrivals madness. He said... James Gray, MP for North Yorkshire, said, "What the hell is going on?" What the hell is going on, he said.
What the hell is going on?
Exactly. The latest bout of queuing chaos began on Sunday. Last Sunday. Got to be kidding me. People arrived at Heathrow last Sunday. They're still waiting to get out. It's been repeated every day this week. But the Home Office, which has repeatedly pinned the problem on understaffing, has maintained an unapologetic stance, despite the widespread fury from the public and senior travel industry figures. Prissy Patel is not for apologising. On Wednesday, journalist Guy Falconbridge compared the scenes that met him after touching down in the UK to the dying days of the Soviet Union. He tweeted a picture taken 2 hours into the queuing process with hundreds of people stood in front of him in the line. The issue had been exacerbated by a shortage of border force agents and many going into self-isolation for COVID. But earlier this week, a senior Tory MP insisted the issues should have been addressed a long time ago. Hey, you know what? If only we had a Tory government and not this catastrophic Labour administration run by the incompetent Jeremy Corbyn, then we wouldn't be in this position.
Correct.
This says, living in London, I'm not bothered by the sight of a rat walking down the road. That's normal. What bothered me was the swan I saw last week waltzing down the high street in cows like it owned the bleeping place. Well, it quite possibly did. It's the Queen's swan. Only the Queen can eat swans. I hear they taste a little bit like chicken. They should serve that in KFC if they ever run out again. No, don't mess with swans. They'll take your arm off. Bev says, this time last week, I was about to land at Stansted from Ibiza. Went to Ibiza. Go mental. With a very tired 5-year-old grandson. Oh, OK, I'll take that back. She went there for a relaxing break. You know, with the family. She says, I got to St Albans at 2 a.m. Wow. My 62nd birthday today, says Bev. No one cares. This time last week, so at like 10 o'clock, and she got to St Albans at 2 a.m. Well, that's actually not that bad, is it? For Stansted. How near is Stansted to St Albans? There's literally no way of knowing. Philip says, oh, come on, Nick, the weather is doing its best. It's doing its best. Yes. Lambeth, hello, Daniel.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Let me just first say that I'm an expert in UFOs and the aliens activity, like the Great Art of Crop Circle.
You're an expert on UFOs and alien activity.
Yes.
You may have called the wrong show. Go ahead. See how it goes.
No, recently the Pentagon was forced to release a report about UFOs.
Yeah, it was very, very boring. It contained nothing that we didn't know already. There was a little...
Did you read it?
Of course not. There was a little tic-tac that some pilots saw, and that was it. Dull.
No, I did read it, and the only thing they really say is nothing conclusive. It's not conclusive.
Exactly.
But the thing is, in the 90s, when I was like about 15, 16 years old, there was a huge buzz in my school.
There was a huge what?
Buzz.
A buzz? Right, was that laughing gas?
Much ado about nothing, basically. Ado. But everyone was saying there will be a huge revelation today in the news about aliens, and we were all
disappointed.
Ultra excited. We come lunchtime, everyone watching news at lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
Portuguese national television.
Yeah.
And they show a lab with corpses of aliens.
Corpses of aliens, right.
Quite impressive.
Yeah.
Quite impressive stuff. But the thing is...
Are they can I just check? Are they still dead?
No, the tape is in VHS or better, but there's definitely that in the archive of the national television.
Right, well, nobody's got anything to play them on anymore, so unfortunately that evidence is lost.
No. It's in the archives of the Portuguese television. That's for sure, because they don't get lost. So that documentary is there.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. Alien bodies. I only got shown in Portugal because it was just local information. Aliens from space had visited us and died, and then we cut them up, and this footage was only shown in Portugal. That makes complete sense.
No, the thing is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Yeah.
It's always
ongoing. Yes, let's hope that there's extraterrestrial intelligence, because we certainly ain't got none down here.
They actually find messages in these crop circles formations.
Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you keep looking, Daniel, because the truth is out there. The thing about aliens is, I heard that they mostly come out at night. Mostly. Linda says, what the hell was that about? No, that's not what Linda says. She says, hello, Nick. Thanks in advance for the next 3 hours. Always a pleasure, says Linda in Kent. Well, thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thank you. Appreciate it. It's always nice to, to say nice things about people.
Be polite.
I was trying to set that up without using the word polite, and then fell over my own face. Cindy says, I hate the heat as I have no body temperature control, so I'll hibernate in the kitchen with 4 fans and a dehumidifier and wear as little as possible in cotton. Hey, Cindy.
Stop whining.
3 days, that's all. Then you'll be cold for the rest of probably for the rest of your life. Because, ironically, global warming actually will make us colder. And rainier. It's just us, by the way. If you'd spent the summer in Paris, you'd have been baking hot all summer long. That's just unfair. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
John says, good evening, Nick. Hot, 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 you say. Zora reported 5-hour queues at the airport. People could have flown halfway around the world, east, west and south, in 5 hours, wasted in a terminal. I'm guessing people will miss out on the hot, hot heat that you forecast. Well, there's a lot of words in there, John, but they didn't individually they make a lot of sense, but not in the order that you put them. Never mind, better luck next time. Ray says they're not flying ghosts, they're dementors. A gliding wraith-like dark creature. Definitely who Priti Patel bases herself on. Yeah. There's a chill come into the room every time she enters. She likes it that way. Oh, there's so much to get through. I don't even know where to begin. There's some excellent columns. I might give you a taste of for some of them. They're excoriating this government, giving her a right lashing, which is absolutely what they deserve. What a total shower we got running the shop here. 2 years is all it took him and this cavalcade of clowns to turn this country into a vibrant first world nation, into the catastrophic mess that we see here at the moment. 2 years.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He came in and he said...
Here we go. Okay.
And then did nothing. Well, in fact, it would have been better if he did nothing. Just do nothing from now on, Bodge. I think he's on holiday again, isn't he? God. On holiday again. From doing what, exactly? It's just, I mean, the previous incumbent was, I suppose, well-meaning-ish and somewhat ineffectual. But it was funny the way she walked. And, you know, those comedy clown shoes, well, I mean, that was just hilarious. You can't walk in them, Mrs. M. Kick them off, put your feet up, relax, you deserve it. And then the bloke before, who was, I find it difficult to dredge up his name.
I think this is nonsense.
I can't remember him exactly, but I believe that if we need him, he'll be in the shed, where they keep the tools. But this bloke, I mean, really, have you ever seen anything like it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
In Uxbridge.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
The weather is going to take a turn for the worst after this heat spell. We'll have the set of autumnal features. How do you work out Fahrenheit? Is it add 13 or times by 2, something like that?
Yeah, add 13 and times by 2 is exactly right, yes. That is the mathematical formula. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. Okay, well, you've ever watched Spitting Image before?
Have I ever watched Spitting Image before? Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's a new one now with Priti Patel. She's the vampire.
Right.
So I'm not sure what kind of weather vampires like. Is it hot weather, cold? I know they don't like garlic, but
just as long as it's dark.
Right. Okay. But she'll like the clocks going the way they do.
Don't bring that up. It's too soon. It's too early. Good.
But
don't say it, Louis. I'm not prepared to let go of summer yet.
But it's getting dark now. Like 8 o'clock. I'm driving home from work. It's starting to get dark on the M25. I don't know if I'm going for a tunnel.
Stop saying it.
Well, what else should I talk about then? You were talking about rats. I saw a squirrel run across the A3 earlier on. That was something interesting.
Was it chasing a rat?
Must have been chasing a rat. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, one of those cute, furry, cuddly rats. Yeah. Cuddle that, and that's the last thing you'll ever do. Thanks a lot, Louis, for whatever that was. No. I am not prepared to give up on summer yet, although it is getting depressingly dark when I drive in. Hey, have you noticed that there seems to be a rosy hue to the sky? Last couple of days, it's almost... occasionally the sand gets blown up from the Sahara. That's when, the warm weather comes up. But it can't be that, surely, because it hasn't got warm yet. They're promising us that it will. And I tell you what, there's going to be... I'm going to dole out maximum punishment if this is another one of their lies. If the Met Office is lying about this again, about the heat coming in, because I'm pinning everything, the whole of this year on the next 4 days. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the rosy hue. It's like there's a sort of a sepia tint to the sky. Have you noticed? It's like there's a lot of it's not pollution exactly, but it's like particles in the air. I quite like it. It's like wearing sunglasses. Adrian in Chesterfield says, queues at the borders, get ITV on the phone and they'll turn it into another one of those really gripping reality shows. Why do people watch those things? Honestly. Why? Explain it to me. Other than that old Johnny Rotten line, it's a cheap holiday in other people's misery. You like seeing people get turned back at the border. Push them back out to sea, let them drown. It is. That is exactly what that is. All those shows. People getting stopped and having their luggage searched. Oh, yeah, they've got that one. Push him back out. Yeah, he can go back on a plane back where he came from. Yes. Honestly, turn that stuff off. If you stop watching it, they'll stop making it. I guarantee it. Let's have a call in Doncaster. Martin.
Hey, Nick, yeah, I had to laugh today. Lee Kane moaning about government communications failing and inexperienced staff and endemic leak and has led to a bad COVID response. What a joke. Yeah, I mean, the reason why we had such a bad COVID is because this cabinet have been on the rob, enriching Tory donors. You've got Johnson as a Prime Minister.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this Lee Kane, he banned all government ministers last year going on GMB because with Piers Morgan, and then they go on Kay Burley and breakfast with Dan Walker. They're not interviews, them doing a joke.
Kay Burley, what, that woman out of Sky?
Yeah,
no, she's not. She's a good interviewer, isn't she?
No,
I believe so.
I have to turn it over every morning, mate. It makes my
blood boil. Yeah, well, here's a good idea, Martin. Stop watching television in the morning.
I love listening to you, mate, because you hold people to account.
Right.
And that's what I like about you. And that's what I like about Piers Morgan, because it's people like you and me and that, we've got to hold this trash to account. It's a joke, mate. How people can...
Yeah, it's one of those unfunny jokes. Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Martin. It's like alternative comedy. You know, not funny. Thanks a lot, mate. Cheer up. It might never... Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Michael in Romford says, if you get 7 years in prison for stealing someone's dog, what punishment do you get for stealing someone's cat? Margaret says... That's true, by the way. You know, this big song and a dance that Prissy Patel was making. Oh, she's going to get strict on those dog nappers now. And she's going to come down on them like a ton of bricks. It's Prissy Patel to the rescue. She's like, we're going to be 7 years in prison now for nicking someone's pet. Well, hot news just in. It's that you can already get 7 years in prison for nicking someone's pet because, spoiler alert, it's already illegal. It's another one of these I'm gunners. Have absolutely no intention of doing anything about it whatsoever because we haven't got the police and we haven't got even if we did have the police, we haven't got the courts to put them in and we haven't got the magistrates to sit in the courts and we haven't got the prison spaces even if they did get through all of that and got sent to prison. So nothing will get done about it at all apart from saying I'm going to do something about it. And the public will think, oh, well, finally, somebody's doing something about it. But it's just another one of their I'm gunners. You know, like they're gonna build 48 hospitals. Yeah, that chestnut. And chestnuts is another thing I don't want to think about either. Winter food. No.
No.
Margaret from Wembley says, hi, Nick. Me too. I have big rats in my garden and around. Can you give me advice on how to make them go away? All the best, says Margaret in Wembley. Margaret, call me back when you got rats in your kitchen. Then I'll tell you what you're going to do. Patrick in Guildford says, what if the Queen goes on forever just like ABBA? Would anyone care or even notice if the royals were replaced by digital avatars? Would we notice? That's an interesting point. I mean, who's ever seen the Queen in real life? I haven't. Have you? And you probably only ever see her like once in your lifetime, unless you were one of those poor penurious people that she employs for shirt buttons to serve her 24 hours a day. You know, all that folderol you have to back out the room and all that silliness that goes with it. Your Majesty. It's just so ridiculous. But yeah, we could replace a whole lot of them with 3D animations. How about that? I could do the voices. Torquay. Hello, Ross.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Awesome. Just a quick question. So obviously millions of people saw the abhorrent scenes of Raheem Sterling, Bakary Sagna getting called a monkey just because of the colour of their skin in the Hunger Games. Right. England Hunger Games. Now, I'm wondering, do you think we've made a rod for our own back when there are comedians like Andrew Lawrence, for instance, who stated a fact like all the white people scored penalties in the Euro 21 England versus Italy final?
Who's Andrew Lawrence?
He's a comedian.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is this one of his jokes?
Well, he's not very good.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly am glad that you brought him up then.
Yeah.
What's your question?
So he said...
Yeah, never mind about that. What's your question?
So, do you think there is a straight line between racism and getting people being offended on other people's behalf that get people cancelled?
Wow, that's a very, very complicated question. Do you want to simplify that for me?
Okay, so Andrew Lawrence...
Yeah, never mind about him.
Okay,
what's your question?
How do you define it? So if someone says all the white people scored...
Yeah, you said that. What's your question?
My question to you is do you think that other people should be offended on
other people's behalf.
Demographics behalf.
No. There you are. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, I don't think that other people should be offended on other people's behalf if those people themselves aren't offended. What's it got to do with them? That guy definitely called the wrong show. This says, Boris is trying his best. Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't have done any better. Oh, for crying out loud. Yes, he would. And I know that because every country on earth that is not part of the third world has done better out of this than we have. Out of the COVID pandemic. If that is indeed what you were referring to, Mr. Anonymous. Boris is doing his best. No. I've got detailed polls about what people think. What people think.
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly. Lee in Essex says, I love nothing more than finishing work and having a nice couple of Jamaican cigarettes while I listen to your show. Jamaican cigarettes.
Want to score some pot?
Just say no, kids. Just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
Graham says, don't discount the ufologists as nut jobs. They have a lot of evidence. I've had contact with the space people. Really? Have you been probed, Graham? Marion in Bromley says, have you seen the article about MPs being told to smarten up their clothing ahead of the return of Parliament? What a laugh, eh? Smarten yourself up, Budge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
No chance. Lou in Suffolk says, rats can hold their breath for 3 minutes and swim up into the toilet bowl from the sewers. It's true, says Lou. Don't say that, Lou. Although I do know that if you got rats, they probably have come from the sewers. That's where they live. They love it down there. And Ragwin says, why can dogs pee and poo in public and humans cannot? Well, Ragwin, you have obviously not been to Tooting. Coincidentally, in Tooting, here is Jan. Hello, Jan.
Yeah, hi, good evening.
Awful down there, isn't it?
Why? Oh, yeah, well, we got a problem with foxes, but I haven't rung up about the foxes, though. Mind you, they can be very agile as squirrels when it comes to jumping on the fences, narrow fences. But I've called about Banksy. The latest news about Banksy.
Banksy.
Yeah, you don't really like his artwork.
I think it's okay. I wouldn't... It's a bit of a stretch to call it art, though. They're just cartoons.
Yeah, this is it, exactly. I don't know whether there's an allegory or parable behind some of the latest things that are going on, because his... he did this... I've watched the video clip of it the other day as well, where he... That thing that was... The girl with the balloon, which apparently was voted the most popular painting artwork in England.
Oh, for God's sake.
No, really. But look what's happened there.
The girl with the balloon, the thing that went through the shredder when it was being... That thing is the most popular piece of art in Britain.
Yeah, apparently
for crying out loud. Who voted for that? People who've got a clown with a tear in its eye on their walls?
No, but listen to this. The latest news of it is...
Yeah, it's getting sold again. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, for nearly six million or something.
Some moron with £6 million to burn is going to buy it. Yeah, great.
But there again, look at recently. I thought I'd mentioned.
I wouldn't be surprised if he himself bought it back just to keep the price up. When when he had that big sale just before the financial world blew up, and he made something like £100 million. Apparently, a lot of the works were being bought by his own gallery just to keep the price up.
Exactly. He's minting money. And listen, the latest news as well is that he's been on a spraycation around Norfolk and Suffolk. And a man with a shop there who's he was about to sell something, but it has a Banksy on the side of the building.
I'm not talking about Banksy. I'm talking about Damien Hirst. That's two completely different people.
Yeah, well, no, but he's taken his building. If you want to increase the value of your property, he's taken his building off the market because he says the Banksy is worth more, and he's trying to decide what to do with it. But there again, they know who he is because he's his wife. He must pay taxes on this thing, and also because there's some fakes around.
that people are trying, some fake, you're saying how easy it is to do these stencils, and there's fakes around, but he's done 10 works around Norfolk and Suffolk.
Great.
At the staycation, and he's confirmed that he's behind them, so they know who he is. He's got to pay taxes. He's quite a millionaire, isn't he?
Yeah, but he doesn't get any money for the things that he sprays on the side of a building.
Yeah, they did. I saw there was a video that they took away the wall from part of the building before.
Yeah, but he doesn't own the building.
Oh no, but this one, no, the man who's got this Banksy on the side of his shop or building.
Yeah, but Banksy doesn't get any money for it. He sells prints of his cartoons. That's how he gets money, and books and all that folderol.
No, but
also pens and T-shirts as well. What do I know?
Oh yeah, that thing that Stormzy wore at that Glastonbury thing. Oh no, at one of the things he wore a T-shirt. It was a vest that Banksy designed.
Yeah,
so people know who he is, and they've got pictures of him, and he's got a wife apparently.
Right, so who cares though?
No, I mean, but he must pay taxes. He can't be just earning loads of money and not.
Right.
He can't be. Can't be anonymous.
Yes. Well, he's not anonymous to the tax man.
Well, anyway, there's a collaboration going on, but yeah, you're right. He may be behind this, linked up with a billionaire or someone or millionaire to try and get money on this shredded girl with the balloon.
Right, but the most depressing thing that you've just said is that was voted the most popular piece of art in this country. Yeah, who voted for it? In what publication was that printed?
There was a survey done by galleries and editors or writers to find out which is the famous painting. I mean,
it was a toss-up between that and dogs playing snooker.
No, John Constable's Haywain was the second.
Right, but it's the only piece of art that anybody can remember off the top of their heads.
Gormless Angel of the North was 5th place.
Gormless? I couldn't agree more. Every single thing that man does is the exact same thing as everything else that man does. Here's another sculpture of me.
But it's a bit of like conceptual art. It's like you can.
Oh, it's conceptual.
Just have an idea,
right?
And there's nothing to sell actually. Yeah. But they still, it's supposed to be very avant-garde. But we're all post-avant-garde, except for this Banksy guy is. He's minting money.
He's avant-garde. Well, I've got no idea how much money he makes. I mean, because there's things that he does in public. He doesn't get any money for that. But I bet he hasn't got as much money as Damien Hirst. Damien Hirst rolling in it.
Damien Hirst. Well,
here's another spin painting, which is the sort of thing that kids used to do in primary school. That would be £100,000, please.
Damien Hirst painted all those Smarties on those. The things going down the Thames from one gallery to the other.
Right.
I mean, where's the art in putting? It's the idea, isn't it? Putting a cow in a formaldehyde or things like that.
Yeah. It's just thinking it up and then somebody else does it. What a racket, eh?
A lot of artists do that. They pay for other people, industrialists, to do their work.
Mm-hmm. Well, that has actually happened all the way down the ages. Where you go to the National Gallery and you see some painting that's 20 foot by 20 foot, and Stubbs hasn't done all of it. He might have done the eyes, and somebody else does all of the rest of it. One of them.
Those Renaissance artists had workshops they used to train them. So that's why they sometimes don't know some of them are fake.
Yeah, Rubens didn't do all of those boobs, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing to do is to perhaps be a conceptual artist and make a lot of money.
I'll do that straight away, Jan. In fact, this whole show is now a conceptual art piece.
You are fake. No, but they're trying to establish they're trying to make out that some of the Bankses are actually fakes.
Yeah, who cares?
Because as you said, look, where's the skill in doing a stencil?
Right. It's the joke. The skill part is in the joke. But if that is art, then the guy who does the joke on the front page of the Daily Telegraph is an artist. But not really.
Well,
he's just funny. That's all.
Yeah, but some of those early avant-garde artists, they would, like Duchamp would do a urinal and exhibit it as a work of art.
Yeah, well, you know what that was about.
Disgusting.
You know what the urinal was supposed to be?
I can't remember now. He called it something, didn't he? Called it. Or he put a moustache on the Mona Lisa, and that was his.
Yeah, well, never mind about that. Stick to the urinal. Ask Valdemar Janucek.
He called it fountain. He called it fountain.
Ask Valdemar Janucek what he thinks of it. Awful.
Dreadful.
Appalling.
Vladimir who? What name did you say?
Yeah, I want you to write this down, Jan. Valdemar Janucek. Exactly. Yeah, precisely right. Yeah, you want to look that up straight away. All right. Ask for that name on an internet near you straight away. Okay. Thanks a lot, Jan. Another satisfied customer. Fred says, I have my yellow-tinted cycling specs on today. It makes everything look lovely and sunny. Happy Christmas, says Fred. It's Jesus' birthday already? Yeah, I bought yellow sunglasses. They're very, very bright. In fact, they don't really dim the light at all. What they do is make everything look exactly right. Like you say, lovely and sunny. And you forget that you've got them on. And you look like I'm walking around indoors looking like a Burke, because people think, why is that bloke wearing sunglasses? But it doesn't take away any of the light. It doesn't make stuff dark. It just makes it, I don't know, makes everything lovely. From John, this is a very long one. Is this worth reading? It's like a book. About laughing gas. In The Return of the Pink Panther, a disguised Peter Sellers, as an ancient dentist, uses laughing gas to extract a tooth with pliers from his adversary, Herbert Lom. Of course, it is the wrong tooth, and it's probably the funniest scene I've seen on film. What a gas, as they say. Previous to injections with Novocaine, laughing gas was often used in dentists' surgeries. Perhaps laughing gas is what this silly boy's government is already on. Was it worth reading? The answer is in. No. Scott in Edinburgh says, too bad in Scotland, 25 degrees in your old manor in Edinburgh next week. Yes, 25 degrees. I've got no idea what that is, but it's not going to be as hot heat as we're going to get down south, that's for sure. Because Edinburgh is freezing. Glasgow, raining. Edinburgh, freezing. I grew up in Edinburgh. I know what I'm talking about. Muswell Hill. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hi, Nick. Nick, I'm a big fan.
Thanks.
But I need to take issue with you.
Oh, no. What have I said now?
I'm afraid, I'm afraid I'm going to be controversial.
Uh-oh.
Your weather forecasts are absolutely rubbish.
Mm?
Well, according to your weather forecast, it's continually raining in Scotland. And I've had 2.5 weeks in Scotland, and it's been clear blue skies the whole time.
No. It's always raining in Glasgow, not Scotland.
Well, I was very close to Glasgow. I skirted by Glasgow. I didn't actually stay in Glasgow. But I travelled all over, well, pretty much all over Scotland.
Oh, yes.
On the east coast, the west coast.
North coast? Did you go to the north coast?
Beautiful. Didn't go quite up to the top. Right. But it's the most beautiful part of Britain I've ever been in. As my ex-wife said about 30 years ago as we drove through Scotland for the first time, you'd never believe we were in England.
You'd never believe that we were in England.
Yes, and we were in the Highlands.
Yeah.
Yes, only an English person.
Right, okay.
But it was beautiful, and it really was clear blue skies for 2.5 weeks. And I'm even claiming to have seen the Northern Lights, although my wife said it may have been to do with the gin and tonics I had earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Booze.
Mm-hmm. May have had something to do with it, yeah.
But seriously, it doesn't always rain in Scotland, does it?
It usually rains in Glasgow, not Scotland. It's a big place. All right, thanks a lot, Michael. I'm glad that you had an excellent holiday. Scotland is a beautiful place. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Some of the best beaches I've ever seen in my life. Freezing cold. Right up at the top there, the beaches are spectacular. But you wouldn't want to be on them without your hat, coat, scarf and gloves. Muswell Hill. Hello, Michael.
Right.
Oh, no. Why is he down there? Go back up there. Why is he down there again? Stop putting him down there. I'm in control. Edgware. Hello, Billy.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
So, Nick, two things. I was away for about 6 months.
Yeah. What did you do?
Well, I was building a hatchery.
How many dogs did you steal?
0. My grandma doesn't like dogs, so we don't have a dog in the house.
Right. So you were inside for 6 months?
Inside where?
That's what I'm saying.
Are you confused?
It's me.
Anyway, I was away. When I came back, it looks like...
Once you'd been rehabilitated, yes.
No, mate, I travelled.
If you say so.
I do say so. Anyway, when I came
paid
back,
your debts to society, yes. What happened then?
It looked like a colony of vermin had taken over my house.
What?
Yeah.
A colony of right. Why is that then?
Because I didn't see any. I haven't up until now seen any rats in the house, but there are clues all over the house. Well, for example, they've chewed through my bed sheets, clothing, and they've spread spaghetti all over the house. So I think they were stocking up for
spaghetti. Right. But so let me just check if I've got this right. You've had rats in your kitchen?
Everywhere.
Billy, what are you going to do?
I called the exterminators. They came in, they couldn't find one rat.
Right, you called the exterminator?
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not a rat was in the house. So
right.
I think one of your texters said that they could swim up the the throne in the bathroom.
Right.
And I was suspecting that's where they came from. But it's horrible what they've done to the house, well, especially my clothing.
Well, I tell you what, because I had a rat problem in one of the places that I used to live in, and a bloke came around with a little dog. He said, "Oh yeah, I can see that there's some droppings over here and some evidence of. I'll go back and get my dog." And he came back with these 2 Jack Russells, and they went absolutely berserk. You've never seen anything like it in your life. They just sped around the place like they'd been wound up like robots, like automatons.
Correct.
And they dispatched the lot of them in about 10 seconds flat. They just came and deposited a pile of little rats. Rats come out of the drains. That's where they come out of. They live in the drains because they love it down there. It's like a holiday to a rat.
So does that mean that when I'm going away the next time, because I'm going to be traveling again?
Right, you're going to commit the same crime, get the same punishment, yes?
Yes. That means I have to block every openings in a house?
Yeah, I don't know. Or just get yourself a couple of dogs.
Well, I can't afford to have a dog.
Right.
Barely around to walk them.
Yeah. Well, just don't leave any open sewers in the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you.
All right. Well, you told me.
Right.
Right,
there you are. You've been told. Now, you'll have to learn your lesson and not keep committing the same crime. Priti Patel would be very upset. Thanks a lot, Billy. A recidivist, ladies and gentlemen. Rosalind in Hendon says, for your information, some of your profoundly... Oh, God, here we go. For your information, to inform some of your profoundly ignorant listeners, she is talking about you.
I love the poorly educated.
My profoundly ignorant listeners, the Queen has contributed to bringing about the greatest stretch of peace the world has ever known. No, she hasn't. It says, no avatar could ever achieve such peaceful ends. The Queen is the best of the best. Let's see, stroke hear, if you actually read this out, 4 exclamation marks. Rosalind, I'm not going to read it out. The Queen has contributed to bringing about the greatest stretch of peace the world has ever known. What are you talking about? There's endless wars on this planet. How's the Queen exactly contributed to any peace, any sliver of peace that we might have experienced over the last 100 years? Are you talking about, Rosalind? Trish in Erith says, I have pet rats. I used to breed them and show them a bit like Crufts for rats. They are amazing, intelligent animals and make fantastic pets, says Trish. No, Trish. You are wrong about that in every regard. Chris in Stubbington says, Boris needs to buy a comb. It's pathetic the way he has the appearance of a child, and speaking Latin makes him like that other numpty Mog. A numpty, JR.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
It's just so supercilious. Everything's like that. Painful. What an absolute shower that are running this country. Oh my God, what have we done to deserve this? I do believe that we knew what we were voting for.
Affirmative.
As I've been yelled at about 1,000 times. Here's a call in Manchester. Hello, Louise. An ecstasy of rustling. Yes, Louise.
Thank God for your show. Thank heaven for your show. And you. Yeah. Scotland's a beautiful country. I was in Strathpather, up right at the top.
In where?
I met Strathpather in Scotland.
Strathpather?
No, Strathpather.
Strathpather?
Nick.
What is it?
You're on Salt and Pepper. No, Strathpather.
Strathpather. Pepper.
Anyway. I was there. I did.
Yeah.
And I met Donny Munro from Runrig. Donny Munro from Runrig. From Runrig, the group.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
So that was fantastic. Anyway,
well, really fantastic. Really fantastic.
Well, to me it was. One of my heroes.
Really?
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty didn't get into politics anyway, but Pete did, so that's okay. Right. Yeah. I rang to say I was 12,000 miles away living when I saw your Lizzie, from Bucktown. And we really went to see the Scots Guard.
Well, now break it down a little bit. You were 12,000 miles away, and that would make it Australia.
Uh-huh.
And the Queen, Her Majesty herself, hoved into view, and what happened? What was she wearing?
Well, a hat, one of her hats,
That's it?
And she was... she was sat down. She was sat down in this great big long black roller, with an open car.
Right. So so you only saw her from the neck up, right? Okay.
Yeah. And we were more interested in the Scots Guard. What a fabulous sound! It's Flinders Street Station. So they were going past Flinders Street. So So that's the only time I've ever seen.
Right, that's it. So she whizzed by in a car. That's it.
Yeah. Well, didn't whiz by. Quite slow, really, but we were more hurry up past because we want to see the bagpipes and the drums and whatever.
Right.
Fantastic. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is, if I hadn't have gone to Australia, I would never have seen that sight.
You would never have seen the Queen. You had to travel to the farthest part of the world from here to see a lady who lives just down the road. I know, extraordinary, ain't it? See, that's the thing, is it's a huge part of our lives, but nobody ever sees her. All right, thanks a lot, Louise, for passing on that beautiful memory. I should treasure that always. Tony in St Albans says Boris Johnson is either doing his best and is incapable, or capable and not doing his best. Please pass this along to the flag-waving loons, says Tony in St Albans. Consider it passed. Redbridge, hello, Vicky.
Hello.
Hey, Vicky, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Vicky.
Hey, Vicky. Thank you for that. I'm such a fan. It's so lovely to talk to you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I've got two stories to prove the idiocy we have found ourselves in, if you're ready for them.
Well, let's see how the first one goes.
Okay, fair enough. We came in through Gatwick this week.
Oh, yes. Where from?
And Caribbean.
Okay. And
it took us about 30 to 40 minutes to get from the plane out of the airport.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, that's superb. Wait a minute. From the plane, through security, through passport control, picking up your bags, and out the airport in 30 minutes?
In about 40 minutes, yeah.
Wow. How did you manage that?
As we were walking through, it was all very smooth. There wasn't a huge amount of flights. I know it's a little bit smaller, but it was incredibly smooth. And they had those, iris readers. So loads of people were going through that, and that was really quick because you didn't even need to speak to anyone. And then the bags were there when we got to the other side.
Blimey.
But there were 10 Border Force people lined up outside of customs, where you go and declare or not declare.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all just standing there with their arms crossed.
Hold on a second. Did you declare or not declare?
Well, I saw these 10 people lined up staring at me, and I started laughing.
Uh-oh.
And then I almost walked through the wrong door, and then this man quickly approached me and said, "Have you got something to declare?"
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, because I was laughing, and they were giving me quite dirty looks back.
Guilty.
It was awkward.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Have you got something to declare?" And I was like, no. And then my husband came up and kind of ushered me away and through, and we were out. It was...
Ushered you away, like that was going to work. If they wanted to stop you, your husband ushering you would have prevented them from doing that. He thought he was saving
exactly
you.
Right. Well, I'm Asian and he's white, so he literally came and saved me. She's normal, don't worry, she's with me.
Right,
and we walked right through.
I see. Right, white privilege.
Yeah, so I look dodgy,
I see.
and he doesn't.
Right.
So, but there was 10 Border Force agents just lined up, staring at everyone. Mm-hmm. So they seem to have enough staff.
Well, okay,
Strange.
so there's a tip. If you're coming through Heathrow, then come through Gatwick instead. All right, thanks a lot, Vicky. Every time I've been through customs, I always go through nothing to declare, because I've got nothing to declare. And it's always the most stressful part of the holiday, because I think, oh, please don't pick me, please don't pick me, please don't pick me. And then I try to act casual. And acting casual is impossible when you're trying to act casual. You suddenly forget how to walk. You try not to look either way. You think, now, what would a completely innocent person do under these circumstances? They would act very, very casual. Whistle, perhaps. Is whistling a good idea?
No.
No, probably not, no. Singing softly to yourself, probably not a good idea either. Laughing, definitely not. And don't look from side to side. Don't look at any of the people that are staring at you as you go by. Certainly don't do that. Don't clutch a bag close to you as though it's got something precious inside of it. Just trying to look as innocent as I actually was one of the most difficult and stressful points of the entire break. I came back from Amsterdam once, and this police person had a sniffer dog, from Amsterdam.
Want to score some pot?
And the dog came up to me, and I instinctively reached out to pat the dog. Big mistake, huge. And so I stuck my hand in its face, in its, right by its nose. And the dog did nothing. And the bloke didn't believe the dog. So he pulled the dog back up the corridor to have it sniff me again. Still nothing. Completely innocent in every regard. This says, a contributor mentioned, why can't humans openly relieve themselves out in public like dogs? Tonight, this did happen as a drunken bloke openly peed in the corner next to our open-air cafe table. Open-air cafe tables, yeah. I always wonder about that. I always feel very vulnerable sitting in an open-air cafe table, because apart from anything else, you put a bottle of wine on the table and anybody could just pick it up and run away with it. So I'm always, I don't really want to sit on the pavement. I'll sit in a garden, but not on a pavement. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have you got a table in the garden?
No.
Robert says, where was Penn when Geronimo needed him most? Eh? What are we talking about? Does that make sense? Over my head, if it does. Let's have, did we wait the longest? East Yorkshire, hello Mike.
Hi Nick, yeah. Penn and Geronimo was why didn't Penn come back and save the alpaca?
Oh, right. Oh, okay. That shrunken camel has exercised this nation like nothing else has this year. I mean, for crying out loud, people.
Unbelievable amount of print. Right, tonight, royalty and Brexit, mate.
Yeah.
A previous caller said the Queen had presided over unlimited peace.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't persuade Blair out of invading Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So I don't think that quite holds true. But no, my royalty...
Blair followed his little chum.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Dragged us into that together.
But the royalty bit was, it's been in the press this week that Prince William used his influence, etc., to get his Sandhurst made.
Right, yeah, one bloke, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, now, if Harry had done that, the press would have gone mental.
Oh, my God, it would have been evil Meghan Markle's husband has only saved one person.
I mean, I just find it incredible that William can do this and gets treated one way. Harry does anything and gets criticised right, left, and centre.
It's almost as though it's something to do with the choices that either of them have made in their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. So, anyway, the Brexit latest. Lord Frost last Saturday was addressing the British...
I'm laughing already. Lord Frost. Yes.
The British-Irish Conference in Oxford.
Yeah.
And he said that small muscle movements would sort the NI protocol problems.
Right.
So I thought that we ought to make Carrie aware that Boris needs to make small muscle movements.
Mm-hmm.
To sort this small muscle movements will sort the NI protocol. Right. I will stand.
Yeah. I'm making a small finger movement at this moment, as a matter of fact, using almost no muscles at all. Helen says, I'll have the steak, Boris says. The waiter then asks, what about the vegetables? Boris replies, oh, they'll have the same as me. Boom, boom, says Helen. I can't believe you've got the nerve to rip that joke off Spitting Image, Helen. That's embarrassing. Lauren says, Banksy is an idiot and his doodles are rubbish. Well, don't sit on this fence, Lauren. Tell us what you think. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Enfield. Hello, Ruler.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
That's good. Well, I'm not really a royalist. I don't really care whether they're there or not.
But?
So the Queen was going to come to our opposite where I work in the marketplace in Enfield, where it was, I don't know, it was a 50th anniversary of the marketplace or something. So they were all talking about it in work. I don't care. Who cares about the Queen? Who cares about the Queen? Anyway, when she finally did come, everyone was standing at the window to look over.
Yeah.
I couldn't see a thing because I'm quite small. So I said to my friend, lift me up, I want to see the Queen. So there I was not really bothered, but in the end, I couldn't,
Right.
So we saw her from a distance,
From a
across the road.
distance, yes. Get Bette Midler on the phone, she'll sing it for us.
And you were talking about rats, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well...
It's a bit of a subject change, but OK, I'll keep up with you, yes.
From the Queen to the rat,
To the rats, yeah.
My cats have actually brought me in rats.
Oh.
But dead ones. I mean, one of my cats bought me 3 at 3 different occasions.
Wow.
Scared the bloody life out. The life out of me.
Yeah.
But I don't actually have. I mean, these rats were almost bigger than my cat.
Oh.
I don't know how they carried them through the cat flap and brought them in. But so it's quite. It's nice having cats, but
not that nice. No.
Not when they bring you stuff, because they think they're bringing you something nice.
Well, I don't know. See, that's what people think, because they like to think positive things about their pets. But I don't know. I mean, because a cat is a smart thing, so it can see what you do with it, and presumably what you do with it is you get a shovel and you pick it up without touching it with your bare hands, and you chuck it out, right? And the cat's probably thinking, well, hang on a minute, the effort I've just gone through to bring that in here.
Bring that in.
So it can see that you don't like it, but it keeps doing it. So maybe it's actually torturing you.
I see what you mean. It could be.
Yeah, or it's maybe complaining about the food that you give it. And this tinned rubbish is awful. This is what I want. Give me some rats.
Oh, they want prawns. I tell you, my cats want prawns. I've taught them. I've spoiled them. I have.
Prawns?
So they don't. I give them prawns. It's their treat. Yeah, I buy little prawns for them. And I've got 5. Can you imagine 5 cats eating?
Oh my God! The money you must go through. Prawns, she's got one.
I know.
Why don't you just buy a lobster and feed them all with it?
My kids say to me that I treat the cats better than I treat them.
Well, see, there may be something in that, Ruler.
Yeah. And that toxoplasma they were talking about yesterday, you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
In Greece, it's they really
serve it as a
are worried
starter?
about it. They worry about it.
Yeah, well,
and,
they've got no end of stray cats in Greece.
Yeah, but if you're pregnant in Greece, they won't. They say it's dangerous for the baby if you have a cat.
Right.
So when I did have a cat when I was out there, when I fell pregnant, I had to get rid of the cat because they're all very worried about what could happen. Something could happen to the baby because of this thing from the cat's poopies.
Exactly. No handling the poopies.
Yeah, but in England, the doctors don't seem to see that it's such a big deal. And they're quite paranoid in Greece about these things.
Right. Well, you know how the stray cats go about the place, don't you?
Sorry?
Stray cats. You know how they go about the place?
Yeah. Do I know how they go about the place?
Yeah, they strut.
Rock and roll!
The stray cats strut. Thanks a lot, Ruler. 0345 6060 973. Andy in York says, I'm surprised the taxman knows who Banksy is. I avant-garde a clue. Painful. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
John in Reading says, has any of them UK Trump supporters that were shouting about how brilliant a lawyer Sidney Powell was and how she was going to expose the election fraud called back in yet to say how they think things are going? Not so far, no. And if they do call in, I would expect it would go something like this. Yes, something like that.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, it was going to be what was the phrase? It was that sea monster, the Kraken. Yeah, it was going to be the Kraken. It was going to be. It was going to blow it all apart. Yes. I don't care what Joe Biden is like. He had one job: get that screaming Mimi out of the White House. And he did it. Completely correct in every respect. Thanks a lot, Joe. You can retire. Let's have Manchester. Hello, Alan.
Hello?
Alan.
Oh, hi, Nick. I was just saying about passport control. I've been to most countries around the world, and I've been picked up, and then every time I come back to the UK, I get picked up.
You get picked up?
Yeah.
In what way?
Passport control or security or something. But every time I've been to abroad, I never get picked up. It's only when I come back to the UK.
Right.
Yeah, I've been to Australia and New Zealand and places like that. Never been picked up. And as soon as I come back to the UK, it's like, excuse me, sir.
Yeah. Well, you must be on a list, Alan. Try to sort yourself out. Straight and narrow from now on. Promise me you'll do that. Thanks a lot, mate. Declan says, when I lived in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, you couldn't move without seeing a rat. I hated it. Lots of vermin, he says. One night I felt one under the cover of my blankets. Oh, my God. No. And that was the line in the sand for me, he says. I told the owner that I was off back home because the odd rat in the kitchen, but not on my bed, no way. I'd stay for another 3 nights, so he gave me a big bag of cayenne pepper. He said, pour that around your bed on the floor. It was a short-term solution, but it worked. I watched them, and they would not cross the line of pepper. Huh. Well, there's a tip. This says, conceptual art, wouldn't that be turning wine crates into model buses full of happy passengers? Yeah, how's that bus making going on, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's not sure. He actually completely forgot that he said that once. Makes model buses out of wine crates. Do me a favour. I've just got this information about sniffer dogs. Apparently they're not very good. This was a story that Zora Sullivan has just passed on to me from beginning of August in the Times. The ability of animals to recognise human feelings has become a concern for the prison service, which is worried that handlers of sniffer dogs may be communicating unconscious bias to their canine charges. If a handler appeared certain that an incriminating scent would be present at a search location, whether it was drugs, explosives, alcohol, or any other thing like that, a sniffer dog would recognise its handler's confidence and could return a false positive. Yeah, so in other words, if the handler of a dog really thinks that you are guilty of stashing something in your case,
booze,
or
want to score some pot?
Then the dog would go along with what its handler thinks and find you guilty. But this was the opposite at the airport. I think it was Heathrow. I came back from Amsterdam. And the guy with the dog was convinced I was guilty, but the dog itself thought, nope, nothing to see here. Let's have Hereford. Hello, Alex. Alex? Is there anybody out there? Too late. Alan from Clayhall says, I wear prescription yellow glasses. I work at night and it's a godsend. Seeing yellow rather than bright white light from motorway driving. Yeah, I recommend them. Yellow glasses. They're great. They're not very dark. They let pretty much all of the light in that you would ordinarily see. It gives it a sort of lovely hue. Everything looks lovely, even if it isn't. Peter Parker, really, says, Nick, you're the only person in this country that uses Fahrenheit to describe the temperature. The weather on the telly and the radio don't use it. Normal people don't use it. It's just you. Stop it. We don't understand what it means, says Peter Parker. What's this we? Everybody over the age of, shall we say, 40 does Fahrenheit. Well, I switch. Fahrenheit in the summer, centigrade in the winter. I don't know how many times I've said this. 80 degrees Fahrenheit, you know that's hot, right? But the equivalent in centigrade is, I don't know, 30? Now, that doesn't sound very warm, does it? So it's Fahrenheit in the summer, because you know where you are. In the winter, 0 degrees centigrade, that sounds cold. But 32 Fahrenheit doesn't. So I switch, and I hope that that's clear. Reed in Streatham said the world is finally divided into 2 groups. The vaccinated waiting for the anti-vaxxers to die, and the anti-vaxxers waiting for the vaccinated to die. Oh, bad news about the flu, by the way. I'll come to that in a minute. Or maybe I won't. I've got so much to talk about. I haven't talked about a blooming thing yet, because all these people keep calling me. How do they get my number? Let's try this one again. Hereford. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Nick.
Alex.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. It was just about the experience at the airport, similar to about going through customs. And I learnt the hard way, my ignorance about which countries are in the EU and which are not. I went to Gran Canaria on my return back from Gran Canaria with about £700 worth of cigarettes, not realising they're not actual, although they're owned by Spain, they're not actually part of the EU, although there were EU subsidised farms on the island and such alike. So coming back through customs, I got flagged because I went through the EU channel at Gatwick. And I regrettably lost everything. They didn't even give me the opportunity to keep what I was allowed to have. They took the lot.
700 cigarettes.
£700 worth of cigarettes.
Oh my God! Oh, well, that's like these days. That's about what, 40 fags?
That's about right. Yeah. Especially Marlboro.
Well, if you say so. Cool and smooth smoke. Yeah. All right. It gives you the ring of fresh breath confidence. That's what I heard. All right. Thanks a lot, Alex. Don't make that mistake again. David says, Nick, you're right. The Queen has not made peace in our world. She makes wars. I don't know about that. Let's not get carried away. She doesn't bring peace, but then I don't think she actually brings wars either. Edward says, regard rats, get a rodding cap and slide it into the inspection chamber pipe which leads to the street sewer. It has a metal lid at the end which opens one way. The rat cannot then enter the drain from the street sewer. What's an inspection chamber pipe? I don't care what it is, I don't want one. And neither am I going to get a rodding cap, whatever that is. But if it opens one way, then presumably all the rat's got to do is wait for it to open, and then it can come in, right? Not that I have any idea what I'm talking about. It's all about plumbing. It's a mystery to me, as Toya once said. Guildford. Hello, Peter.
Evening, Nick.
Peter.
You're sounding on good form. Are you well?
Thanks, very.
Good, okay. There is a lot to talk about tonight. I'm surprised we're still on the toxoplasmosis that we discussed. It was only yesterday.
It seems like 24 hours ago.
It seems about that long. So one of your topics this evening about the Queen and war and peace, etc. I do often wonder at people's proclivity for believing what they're being told all the time. It seems a little known, and now, courtesy of the wonderful internet, discoverable fact that she vetoed a bill around about the Iraq War called the Iraq Military Action Against Iraq 99 bill.
Yeah.
That would have allowed Parliament to agree not to have conducted airstrikes in Iraq, and she wanted to retain that power for herself. Well, you laugh.
I'm aware of this, and most people aren't. That the Queen has the right to veto of for anything that she doesn't like the look of doesn't get enacted into law. That's right. She can rewrite anything.
Yeah. This is a slightly different perspective. It wasn't that she torpedoed it afterwards. She actually prevented it from it being discussed.
No, this is actually what happens. Yeah, they'll come up with some law, and and usually it's got something to do with if it's got something to do with her land, or the view from the window of one of her 100 bedrooms in some palace in the back of beyond. Then she'll say, "Oh no, I don't like the look of that," and so she'll send it back, and they have to rewrite it, and then give it to her for her okay again.
We were agreed. So what has this to do with her interests? So, by the dint of various offshore companies, tax havens, and managing to negotiate the monarchy an exemption from freedom of information, it's been difficult to discover that she is arguably the country's largest shareholder in the euphemistically named defence industry.
Is she?
And exactly so. And every time a depleted uranium shell slams into a tank in Iraq, you've got it in one. The tills in the palace go ka-ching.
Right.
You know, and people just are so unaware, because the only thing you know about the monarchy is what their excellent PR machine is allowing you to be told.
Very, very aggressive PR machine. Yeah, almost as aggressive as the people that organise her finances. Yeah.
There you go. So we're agreed.
She's not just a lovely lady in a peach hat, you know. It's a business.
No, you know, any other 90-year-old who told you she'd been given her job by an imaginary friend would probably be put away for her own good.
Right. Okay, thanks a lot, Peter. I think you better present yourself straight to the tower for your punishment. Dan in London says, I listen to several presenters and you seem to attract the most eccentric and strange callers. What's behind this? They are always so weird, says Dan in London, who probably doesn't count himself in that category. It's Friday and Saturday night, Dan. What do you expect?
Booze.
Exactly. Carol in Kingston upon Hull says, I was cycling to work one morning, minding my own affairs. Da-da-da-da-da. It's approximately 8 a.m., she says, when I cycled past a rat and a squirrel having a full-on fist fight in the road. It looked like the squirrel was gaining the upper hand. Next morning when I was cycling past the same spot, both animals were were splattered on the road. I'm sure there's a moral to this story, but I'm not sure what it is. Don't fight in the road is the moral to that story, Carol. You want to keep that in mind. Remember it always. Croydon. Hello, Rosemary.
Hello. My daughter recently had to take her tortoise to the vet.
Yes.
Because it had a bad wound on one of its legs.
Oh.
And the vet said it's very common. What that is, it's a rat bite. And the tortoise has put its legs over its face to protect itself.
Oh.
And the rat's bitten. And she's just a bit concerned now because he's very slow and he's off his food.
Well, yeah.
And whether he's going to be able to dig himself down for the winter, because he digs down in the garden.
Digs down?
He digs right down in the earth. I always used to think people with tortoises put them in cardboard boxes or sheds. No, they actually dig right down.
What, like a worm?
No.
It's an enormous thing, a tortoise. How can it dig enough of a
front legs. Its front legs, they're like big scoops.
Yeah.
And it actually digs its way right the way down.
I've never heard of it.
I think it's wonderful how it lives down there and no dirt getting in the nostrils or in the eyes or anything, and then in the nice weather digs itself back out again.
It's an underground tortoise.
Well, it's not an underground tortoise this time of the year, but it hibernates for several months.
Right. So
she's hoping he'll eat enough.
It's amphibious. It lives above and below ground. I think that is the definition of amphibiousness.
No, that's being in water, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. Get David Attenborough on the phone. He'll explain it to us.
Okay.
Well,
right.
I watched Blue Peter when I was a kid, and they put it in a box with some straw.
Well, that's what I always thought you did.
Yeah.
But no, not at all.
Put it in some Tupperware, Rosemary, and stick it in the fridge.
You could do that too, yes.
All right, well, thanks for the bad news. Now I'm upset. Upset on my own show. Poor little thing. Can't run away, can it? Kate says, please stop talking about vermin. It's making me feel squeamish. Kate says... The next sentence is, it's making me feel squeamish, and the very next sentence is, what do you think of children being injected with the vaccine? Well, God, that's a bit of a switch, isn't it? I'm opposed to the idea, says Kate. Leave our kids alone. Hey, you teacher, leave our kids alone. What do I think about children being injected with the vaccine? Oh, blimey, I don't know. I mean... we'll probably talk about this tomorrow on my more serious and grown-up show. But it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because the kids have probably suffered more so than adults. I mean, a lot of adults have sailed through this COVID thing over the last year and a half, whatever it is, and quite enjoyed it, actually. You know, working from home. They haven't had to go and spend any money on sandwiches and cappuccinos, and they've saved a boatload of cash, and they've avoided the commute. Some people are like that. And they're old people, of course. RJ says, Nick, temperature conversion is easy to remember. You swap the numbers around. 28 centigrade is 82 Fahrenheit. 16 centigrade is 61 centigrade. Wait. 16 centigrade is 61 Fahrenheit. It only works for those two temperatures, though. Anything in between is made up. Right, so 59 Fahrenheit is not 95 centigrade. I think that is factually accurate. Kathy says, Trish is not wrong in what she says about rats. You, as in me, are wrong. What? She says rats are highly intelligent and sensitive animals. Google it. I most certainly will do nothing of the sort. Google it, she says, avoiding the pest control sites who lie. Liar! You will see loads of evidence, in inverted commas, in support of rats. Kathy, have you ever heard of the bubonic plague? It was very popular here at one time. A lot of highly intelligent and sensitive animals came over here from Siberia. As Manuel will be able to tell you. Let's have Hampton Wick. Hello, Aaron.
Hello, Nick. Hello. Good evening. I love the show. You make me laugh out loud, which hardly anyone does.
Oh, thanks.
So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm an actor, and I was at the West Yorkshire Playhouse a few years ago, living in a rough bit of Leeds. And I was walking home, or walking to there, I can't remember. And
you were living in Beeston?
Oh no, it wasn't Beeston, but it was a lovely area, lovely people, but it was a bit rough. And because it was gigs and it was cheap and all that sort of stuff. And I was just walking on the way there. It was in the day, and I saw this very large rat's tail. And the end of it was just a bloody stump.
Oh, God.
And I thought, what the hell has eaten the whole rat and just left the tail? It can't have been a cat. I mean, unless it was a very hungry cat.
Yeah, but, like a lion.
It must have been a hell of a beast to have eaten the whole thing and just left the stump with a bloody stump on the...
Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
I know. It was awful.
Well, I'm glad that you're describing it so gruesomely for us. Thanks a lot, Aaron.
I'm sorry. But love the show, Nick. Love the show.
Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Now I'm really upset. Now I'm feeling bilious. What did it look like again? Oh. Where did the rest of the rat go? Maybe it gnawed its own tail off. It thought, why have we even got this? What's it for? What is it for? Why do rats have tails? Mike says, I saw the Queen once when I was up near Holyrood, but when I did see her, she just drove straight past me without so much as a hello and how's it hanging. Can you imagine how rejected I felt? Said Mike. Kevin says, do you think maybe that our present government is a piece of conceptual art? Well, that would answer a lot of questions. It would make sense of some very confusing situations that we're experiencing right now.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's an art installation. And Zach in Portsmouth says, our cat Ozzy... Ozzy? You got a cat named after you, Oz?
No.
Yes. Our cat Ozzy used to bring us gifts of dead mice. Sometimes they were still alive. Well, that's not a dead mice then, is it? Sometimes these dead mice were still alive, and she would chase it around the house. I would lift my shirt, clutch my pearls, and run for the hills screaming. I'm sure she sneakily chuckled at me. Cats don't chuckle. Cats know exactly what they're doing, and they love it. Still love them, though, says Zach in Portsmouth. Yeah, cats like playing with their food. I don't know why exactly. Maybe it's that they're not actually that hungry because they just get fed all the time, And maybe also because, like domesticated cats, they don't have to kill things for food, so they're not used to the killing part. There's something in them that says that they should chase something, but they're not really bothered about eating it because they got no end of, kitty cat and kitty chunks and, all that other stuff that takes up 2 aisles in the supermarket. You know that it is actually the number one selling product. It probably is still to this day. I mean, the last time I looked was a good long while ago, but fast-moving consumer goods. The number one product in a supermarket is cat or dog food. It's not even crisps or certainly not apples or, anything healthy like that. No, definitely not. Cat food and dog food. They sell more of that than anything else. Will says, if your cat brings home a tasty rat to share, remember how it will have firstly wrestled it using its mouth and paws. Oh, and then it licks your face. Oh.
Disgusting.
Awful. Let's see what this one's like. Wembley. Hello, David.
Hello. Yes, I couldn't tune into you for about an hour and a half, but I noticed that one of your themes, but it's not, I didn't phone about that. I noticed that one of your themes tonight was the Queen, and this, I think, is a little commonly known fact from way back. Around about 1970, I'll call him a minion of the Queen, sacked the legally elected Labour government, who I believe was led by Gough Whitlam. The country didn't riot. And I think the guy who was the governor of Australia who did this, obviously he's doing it in our name and in the name of the Queen, who is our official head of state. It's absolutely shocking, but it's quite amazing in view of that when Australia had a referendum on whether they wanted to stay in the Commonwealth and or have the Queen as head of state, they voted to keep her. Which, in view of that, I find quite surprising. I've been to Australia, and not all people there like the Queen or the institution of the monarchy.
David, you don't have to go to Australia to find people that don't like the Queen or the monarchy.
No, absolutely. My position is mixed. I think, as a socialist, and some on the right would agree with this, I think the monarchy is an anachronism. It's out of its time. Why on earth should we have people who get there by accident of birth being, in effect, well, they are the head of state?
Well,
it's ludicrous.
Treated like gods.
Yes, but I feel that this particular Queen, given that, has done a pretty good job. But maybe you won't agree with that. I don't know.
I think she's been just fine. It's just that what happens next is going to be much, much more boring than what's come before, because whoever takes over, whether it's Chaz or Wills, let's assume that it's Chaz, it's going to be so dull. I mean, he's going to be standing there, because Her Madge, she shows up and she's dressed in pink from head to toe, or aquamarine, or canary yellow, or, any of these bright colours. And you could spot her with the naked eye from space. But when Chaz takes over, he's going to be standing there in a brown tweed suit, chuntering on about broccoli. Nobody wants to hear that. The actual majesty will have gone. Yeah, and then it will be a slow descent into just general disinterest. Thanks a lot, David. It's like an education, this show, ain't it?
No.
Not really. So I promised you bad news about the flu vaccine. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show.
Rock and roll!
Oh, it took ages to find that. A little pinprick. Deliveries of the flu vaccine are going to be delayed for up to 2 weeks. Up to? How do they know up to? Are going to be delayed for a period, which we haven't got any idea how long it's going to be. After the UK's largest supplier told GP practices that jabs would be disrupted due to unforeseen road freight challenges. which is code for Brexit. The delay leaves GP practices scrambling to cancel vaccination appointments just days before the start of what will be the UK's largest ever flu vaccination campaign. More injections. More. And this is at a time, apparently, when practices are already facing unprecedented workloads and adds to the confusion over how the seasonal influenza campaign is going to fit around a possible COVID-19 booster rollout. More vaccines. And it's also come as the NHS faces a chronic shortage of blood tubes. That has forced GPs to cancel all but essential tests. It's all going very well. A letter from the UK's largest supplier of flu vaccines confirms that unforeseen road freight challenges are behind the delay, which is code for Brexit.
Correct.
The British Medical Association GP Committee Chair, Dr. Richard, says it was incredibly concerning that causes of the problem were similar to those behind the blood tube shortage, demanding ministers must act. Really, you want this clown show to get involved? How about we send in Priti Patel to give the problem a damn good thrashing? Dr. Dick said, many practices will have spent the last few days and weeks meticulously planning for their flu vaccination programme, inviting and booking patients in for their jabs, only now to have to contact them all again to cancel or reschedule appointments. This causes a huge increase in staff's already unsustainable workloads and inconvenience and unneeded anxiety for patients who will be keen to be protected ahead of winter. Stop saying it's winter. I'm not prepared to give up on summer yet. It's not over. He said, this is on top of the chaos already being caused by the shortage of blood test tubes, which is leaving hard-working doctors and... I don't get the sense that GPs actually work very hard at all. I mean, whenever you go into the GP, I mean, there's nobody there. I mean, the waiting room's got like one person in there because they don't give appointments out anymore. It's like hen's teeth to get an appointment now, and that'll probably be on the phone. What do they actually do all day? It says, it's shortage of blood test bottles. Hard-working doctors and practice teams are bearing the brunt of understandable frustrations from patients when the problem is well outside of their control. Yeah, but apart from that, how's it all going?
Oh, fabulous.
The flu campaign is set to be the largest in history, as in ever, with more than half the UK population offered a jab. Apparently, it's going to be really, really bad this winter. That's what they think, because low flu rates last year, because we weren't out and about, because we were all locked in, being good little boys and girls, so there was limited social contact. And that's likely to mean a lower level of population immunity against the flu this winter. And this year's flu season could be up to 50% larger than in a typical year and could start earlier, putting pressure on the health service at a time when we could be experiencing a winter spike in COVID-19.
Oh, no.
But don't worry, everybody, because we have Boris Johnson at the helm.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He'll know what to do. We are doomed. Zach in Portsmouth says, why are car number plates white on the front and yellow at the rear? I've always wanted to know, says Zach. So you know whether you're coming or going? Laney in Port Orchard says, this is in the US, I've been doing Fahrenheit in the summer and Celsius in the winter for as long as I can remember. I moved to the US 4 years ago. My family at home think I've adopted their ways of using a Fahrenheit. Not the case. I switch my phone to Celsius, normally about October time. Absolutely makes sense to me, as it does to me. It's precisely what I do. Once you kiss goodbye to summer, once it's really, really gone...
Bye-bye.
Then, I switch over. Celsius in the winter, Fahrenheit in the summer. Makes perfect sense to me, too. We're as one. It was like the cosmic twins, Laney. Let's have a call in Reading. Vincent.
Yes.
Oh, just in time. Just under the wire. Yes, Vincent.
Hi.
Would you like me to put you on hold? You don't seem ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. This is you ready, is it?
This is me ready.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, nothing's happening.
Well, yeah, but that's because we're waiting for you to say something.
Okay, something.
Oh, great. Okay, great. See, I should have gone with my gut instinct and got rid of him straight away. Shirley in Woolwich says, we live in a quiet estate, but I've noticed we've had a few rats. Please, stop with the rat information. I'm freaking this audience out. Shirley from Woolwich says, we live on a quiet estate, but notice how we've had a few rats about. We've also noticed a family of foxes. We started to feed the foxes and noticed that the rats disappeared. Apparently foxes will kill rats. Yeah, but now you've got a load of foxes about the place. She says, foxes are still here. We watch them play from a distance. They watch us curiously from a distance. Everyone is happy. They're happy. There's too many foxes about. There are way too many foxes. Way too many. And they're getting way too bold as well. They used to come out at night, like the alien monster. But now they come out during the daytime and they just sit in the middle of the lawn and you flap your arms about and you encourage them to go away and they just stare at you. Because they know that human beings are portly, slow-moving animals. And they're not in any danger when they see one of us hove into view. They just look at us like we're idiots. It's my garden, get out of it. Caroline says, oh God, I'm sorry about this, but this is what's coming in. I once saw a whopper rat at Earl's Court tube station wrestling a discarded finger of Kit Kat up a wall and into a pipe hole. He dropped it twice, but in the end he managed to get it inside. I was so chuffed for him. I was so chuffed for him, says Caroline. Josh says, what's that stupid tortoise doing protecting itself with its legs? It's got a blooming great shell on its back. Exactly what I thought, Josh. Stupid tortoise. Tortoises don't dig holes for themselves. How can a tortoise hide in a hole? Underground. Doesn't do that, does it? I thought it just went under a bunch of twigs or something. Under a pile of leaves. Or is that hedgehogs? What's the thing that you've got to watch out for if you build a bonfire? So there aren't anything in there. The homeless? It's probably the homeless. Watch out for a homeless person under a bonfire before you light it. Yeah. It's just a health and safety. This is an educational show, isn't it?
No.
It's actually very helpful. Let's have a call in Middlesex. Steve.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Good show, by the way.
Thanks.
I want to speak about the media blaming lorry drivers for this flu vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not down to the lorry drivers. It's all down to the government originally bringing out this IR35 in April.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was no problem before April with lorry drivers.
Well, that's not entirely true. Because it's not just the lorry drivers that miss all those excellent, hard-working Eastern Europeans that left because we insisted on it. But that's part of the problem.
Most of them left because they couldn't be self-employed anymore.
Well, I think most of them left because the country was yelling at them to get out.
Yeah, I don't think so. But why can't they transport all these flu vaccines in vans? There's plenty of white vans around.
But doesn't it have to come from a lorry to a van? I mean, isn't that the way it goes?
Well, not necessarily, no.
Well, yeah, it comes from a boat to a lorry to a van.
Does it?
Doesn't it?
Do they not make them in this country?
I've got absolutely no idea. No, but I mean, generally, things come from larger vehicles to smaller ones, and the smaller ones show up at your house or place of business and so on. You know, most of the stuff that we consume comes in by boat, and boats are way too big to go down the high street, so they put the stuff on a lorry, and then the lorry unloads it into a van, no?
Yeah, but they can still have vans pick all this stuff up.
Right, but who's going to drive the vans, though?
Well, there's plenty of white van drivers, isn't there?
Well, yeah, but they're busy doing plumbing and, carpentry and stuff like that.
There's still loads of them around.
Yeah, too many. I think we can agree on there's just way too many. And they're blooming abysmal drivers as well. That's correct too, isn't it? White van drivers. No! Yeah, you want to sort yourselves out. All right, thanks a lot, Steve. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it's part of the problem. The I-35, whatever it is, this new law that this administration brought in, that you can't be self-employed anymore, and which made it less enticing a prospect to be a lorry driver. So a lot of them left for that. But it's the same as bricklaying. Like, the average age of a lorry driver is about 55 years old now, because who wants to do that work? Like, young people don't want to do that work. Young people don't want to do any of the jobs that we are currently missing, like fruit picking and yanking tubers out the ground and killing pigs, slicing up animals for dinner, you know, all of that stuff. Don't want to do that. What do you want to do that for? No, kids these days, they want to be influencers. Whatever that is. I think it's just somebody who puts videos of themselves consuming free stuff that they've been sent in the post. I'm an influencer. That's what the kids want to do these days. They don't want to pick fruit. Too much like hard work. The kids want to leave school and be millionaires by being influencers, and they want to do it straight away. And they want to get buttock enhancements and tattoos on their face. They just want to be famous. Kids, what a disappointment, eh? Mary in Maltby says, I'm with you, Nick. Fahrenheit in the summer and centigrade in the winter. See, I thought it was just me. It makes sense, says Mary, but I am 66 years old, she says. By the way, I kept that heavy weight on the downstairs toilet lid for years. Well, now I'm worried. Rats don't come up the toilet, do they? Jay says, you mentioned the colour of the sky earlier. You know, I was talking about yellow sunglasses. Bought a pair of yellow sunglasses. I look like I've just walked out of a 1970s film. Groovy. Jay says, I used to get that lovely hue from the plastic wrapped around the glass bottle of Lucozade. Do they still do that? Jay says the world looked so much lovelier then in the 1970s. Yowza. Yeah, well, in retrospect, perhaps. I mean, you can't go around with the plastic from a bottle of Lucozade stuck on your face. But there's something about the 1970s. I think it's that sort of Kodachrome photography that was in the 1970s, where the colours were sort of acidy. Not acidy, you know, very, very, very sort of vibrant. And you see pictures of the 1970s, and those are the kind of colours, you know, like really bright hues, like a red hue, a yellow hue, not a huey green. That's something different entirely. But I think that disguises the fact that actually the 1970s were totally rubbish, apart from the music. Rock and roll! And the films. But actual life in the 1970s, awful. And people looked dreadful. Either the human race has got considerably more beautiful in the intervening 50 years, which seems hard to believe, or the benefit of a good haircut and smarter clothes has done wonders. You should think about it, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's going to put it on his list. Paul says, I had a tortoise who once raced the Blue Peter tortoise on the show. He won. How did they do that? I mean, raced? Over what length of course? Were hurdles involved? Paul says, I had a tortoise who once raced the Blue Peter tortoise on the show. He won and was given a rosette. He was then named Timmy the Tornado by Sarah Green. Okay. I don't know who Sarah Green is. Sarah Green wasn't my a Blue Peter person. Nikki says, 2 weeks ago I saw a badger steal a pair of trousers from the communal washing line that looked like they belonged to someone obese. They were humongous. The poor badger got stuck in one leg and his head out the other end and it ran off into the bin cupboard. I hope it's okay, says Nikki. The communal washing line? Well, how could you not know whose trousers they were? I mean, you seem surprised that somebody in use of who uses your communal washing line was a wearer of humongous trousers. Communal washing line. I haven't come across that before. OK, then. Paul says, I have 4 glorious rat boys who spend their days lounging in hammocks and eating fancy food. I think you've been hanging out with the wrong rats. Paul, are you talking about your sons? And this says, when the Queen dies, what happens to all the money with her face on it? Huh. What happens to all the money with her face on it? That's a good question. Because there's a lot of it. Wow. I mean, we haven't had to think about that for a good long while. What happens to all the money with her face on it? Does anybody want money with Charles's face on it?
No.
Not really, no. No. Well, you'll just have to hand it in. It will become worthless. Robin Camden says, rat in Latin is called rattus. Sounds much more friendly. Well, it's also half of the title of a Stranglers album. So don't forget that. Rock and roll! Yeah. That Stranglers album, by the way, the bass was way too loud. I can always remember it giving me a headache. I could only listen to about half of it before I had to turn it off. The bass was way too loud in the mix. Rattus Norvegicus. All the lines are free, by the way, and I've just got about 1,000 emails. Well, actually, I've been getting through them pretty well. I've got about a dozen or so. So if you've been wanting to call, and I haven't been, picking up because I've been too busy, what with all the issues I've been covering, now's the time. 0345 6060 973. Mujahid says, interesting that Bojo is considering raising national insurance contributions for the NHS. Sounds like a Jeremy Corbyn manifesto pledge to me. Correctamundo. That's right. It's like all those things that Jeremy Corbyn was suggesting, like renationalising the railways and taxing the people more to provide the care to those who need it. The public said, no, we don't want that. We'll vote for, the funny bloke off the telly. He wouldn't be so daft as to, actually care for the needy. And then we get this. Ministers faced a furious backlash over plans for a £10 billion jobs tax to pay for social care, as it emerged that it might not even help the struggling sector for another 2 years. But that's okay. The government aren't about actually changing anything for the better. They're only interested in saying they're going to change things for the better. I mean, like the dog napping thing. Problem identified. On marches Prissy Patel. Stronger, tougher, proactive punishment. 7 years for this crime via a new law. And as I said before, fun fact, as you might expect, it is already against the existing law to nick somebody's cockapoo. And the punishment is already up to 7 years in jail. They're literally making a show and a dance about enacting a new law that already exists. Prissy Patel is making the show, and Michael Gove comes along afterwards to translate it into the medium of dance. How cynical they are and how stupid they take us for. And with good reason. The support they enjoy among the people of this country hasn't budged an inch. We deserve everything we get. It's our fault. We voted for it, and we would vote for it again tomorrow if we could. Or rather, those above 50 years old would vote for this government. Those below 50 would vote for the actual stolen dog to run the country if they could. And that informs what's happening with social care. Those in social care vote Conservative by a huge majority. Older people. Their younger family members don't. So guess who's going to be paying for the care of the Tory voters? That's right, you've got it in one. Those who don't vote Tory. Proposals aimed at finally ending the scandal that forces thousands to sell their homes to pay for care will come at a high cost, say critics, with both business and workers facing a tax increase of at least 1% in national insurance contributions. It's a tax on the young to pay for the old, who are far wealthier overall than the young will ever be. It's also a tax that will disproportionately affect the poor. The young and the poor will be taxed to help the old and the wealthy. I think we've reached peak Tory.
Correct.
It doesn't get more Conservative Party than that.
Affirmative.
The Prime Minister's manifesto pledge not to raise the headline rate of income tax, national insurance or VAT during this Parliament goes up in smoke, just like every other promise is made, like we will have 48 new hospitals. There will be no border down the Irish Sea. There'll be a bonfire of red tape. We will have a wonderful zero tariff, zero quota, all singing, all dancing free trade agreement with the EU. I have an oven-ready deal. We'll take back control of our fishing. Or, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part, or until someone hotter comes along. Budge. And the thing is, even if the government did tax the young to put a plaster over the social care system, the money that they raise will initially be used to clear the huge NHS waiting list.
What?
Yeah, they aren't making that very clear. Any benefit to the care system will take years to come through. I mean, they say that the NHS waiting list is due to COVID, but you know what? The NHS has been in crisis for the entire time that the Tories have been in power. It's almost as though they've been running it down to usher in private enterprise to fill the gaps that they've engineered. The NHS waiting list has reached 5.45 million people. And Mr. Javid has warned that it could reach 13 million unless more resources are pumped in. Yeah, no problem, Sajman Jav. That was another one of those bodger promises about £350 million a week for the NHS when we left the EU. We could use that. The plan is that they're going to impose a cap on the total amount of people who have to pay for their own care. On the total, rather, that the total amount that people will have to pay for their own care, a cap. And Bodge initially wanted to set that cap at 50 grand, but fishy Sunak interjected, and now it's going to be 60 to 80 grand. So you're going to spend 60 to 80 grand, let's say 80, and then after that, it will get taken care of. So just think about that for a moment. How many people have 80,000 to their name in cash or liquid assets when they need care in their old age? Almost no one. For almost everyone in the land, if they do have that kind of money, it's going to be in the value of their homes. So for the vast number of us, we'll still have to sell our homes to fund our care. Those that won't, of course, will be the richest, who also, by a massive coincidence, won't have to pay the national insurance increase, or if they do, it'll be a minor inconvenience. that they won't even notice because the richest don't get their money from income, they get it from assets, which don't get taxed when they increase in value. You don't get national insurance tax on assets. So the poorest and the youngest will be paying for the wealthiest and the oldest. It's about the most Tory thing I've ever heard. Peak Tory. We've reached it. Bodge has gone about as Tory as he can go. And the reason he can do this is because they have not suffered a single-digit fall in the polls in months. Absolutely nothing they do makes any difference whatsoever to their popularity. And the reason for that is because the young don't vote. Young people, I say this with the greatest respect, you're all morons. If you just voted, instead of congratulating yourself for identifying a misplaced pronoun, or leaving a ton of rubbish after a rally to save the planet, then you might actually get your dues. But you don't. So you won't. And a 1% increase in national insurance would see somebody earning 20 grand a year pay £104 extra a year in tax, while someone earning 60 grand would pay £504. But you know what? £104 for someone on 20 grand a year is going to hurt a lot more than £504 for someone on 60 grand a year. And don't test me about these poll numbers, because I know what I'm talking about. The young don't vote. On a scale of... They just did a poll, YouGov, for the Times. Conservatives 39%, Labour on 31%. It's been there or thereabouts for as long as I can remember. Absolutely nothing this government does, no catastrophic error, no cack-handed handling of any issue makes the slightest bit of difference. And it's old people who vote Tory and it's young people who vote Labour. Over the age of 50 rather, it's all Tory. Under the age of 50, it's all Labour. But the crucial statistic is this one. They said, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely would you be to vote in the general election tomorrow? This is the percentage of the absolutely certain to vote. 18 to 24s, 44% of them said they would be certain to vote if there was an election tomorrow. 44% of the 18 to 24s. 65 and over, 70%. That's the only thing you've got to remember. The young don't vote. So they get what they deserve. Let's have a call in Folkestone. Hello, Nick.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Nick.
Go ahead.
Yes. Great to talk to you. Loved you throughout the last couple of years, really, since COVID began. Brilliant. Should have heard you earlier. Anyway, I want to talk about the cat.
Yes.
And the rat thing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a great big tail left with a stub on the end.
Oh, please.
So you can imagine the size of the thing that might have...
Eaten it, yeah.
So our cat, which lives in an old oak sherry barrel in the garden, but we feed it biscuits and things.
Right.
It moved in with us when we came to our bungalow.
Okay.
Anyway, cut a long story short, we've been here a while, and it's done various things that cats do. It's a very lazy thing. But it brought this creature to us one night that it hooked out of the back fence. And it didn't just play with it. It brought it to us, but it ate it the other way round. It was just the head poking out the mouth and the two little paws either side.
Oh.
And it done that for some time, Nick. And it regurgitated it out.
Oh,
so it hadn't
just when I thought it couldn't possibly get worse.
It does, though. I'm sorry. It does. So it regurgitated it out, played around with it a little bit more, jumping up and down, flicking it with its paws, boxing it about. Done it the same way round again, tail first in, looked at us, and then it just gobbled it down as it looked at us, and the whole thing went in.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard, Nick.
Well, I'm glad to have contributed to your wonderful show on your Fridays and Saturdays. I do listen to you on a Sunday for the other stuff, but you're wonderful. So I hope that story adds to your collection of bizarre and ludicrous things that do happen.
All right, okay, thanks a lot, Nick. Don't ever call this show again. Isn't that awful?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, say goodbye. Oh, now I'm really feeling ill. Clive in Watford says, and I don't want to hear another thing about rats. Clive in Watford said, Nick, rats have tails to allow them to change direction quickly when being pursued. It's all about balance, says Clive. Well, this show is all about balance. That's absolutely true.
Affirmative.
Yeah, this is the most balanced show you've ever heard. Kath says, if Bozo was an art installation, he'd be standing inside a fridge with the door cracked open, peeping out with only his eyes and a fringe visible. Sarah says, I feed my cat perfectly well. It still enjoys bringing a mouse home and eating it in the kitchen. I try not to get too involved, apart from the clean-up. Gary in Devon says, brown rats. I don't want any more rats. Bob in Newcastle says, as a music pro, what do you think of the ABBA return? I think, why? They can't possibly need the money. Well, see, neither can the Rolling Stones need the money, but I get that the Rolling Stones want to go out and tour because, the adulation and the excitement of being on stage, and probably nothing compares to that. You come off stage and you've had 50,000 people all screaming at you, and you're on a high. And absolutely nothing can compare with that. No kind of drugs. I mean, ask Keith. He's tried them all.
Want to score some pot?
Nothing compares to being on stage, right? So I get that the Rolling Stones and, other bands, they want to go on tour. But ABBA aren't doing that. They're sending their avatars out on tour. So what's the point? How could they possibly need any more money? I mean, every song they ever did is played on heavy rotation on radio in every country, the whole world over. I mean, the cash that must come pouring through their doors, it must be incredible. And they got that, the stage show and the films, and it just goes on and on. How could they possibly need any more money? But I guess, it's like other rich people, your life expands to cover the amount of cash that's coming in. I mean, all that hot hooga isn't free, Chris says, I'm fed up with the GP receptionists that think they are medically trained. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I don't think I want to read the rest of it, but yeah, I agree with you, Chris. Yes. I don't call the GP to tell the receptionist what's up. I want to talk to the doctor. Just tell me if he's in or not. Or her. Sexist. Right, let's have Gwent. Hello, Patrick.
Yes, hiya, Nick.
Patrick.
How are you, mate?
Good, thanks.
Right, look, I won't keep you long. We haven't got long. I'm only ringing to say, right, on a Friday, I phoned you a couple of months ago talking about the contract testing thing.
Yeah.
Remember you said about the ringtone?
The contact tasting.
Oh,
yeah.
contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Bodge. You're never going to get it.
Anyway, on a serious note, do you reckon there's any way you could get out as a ringtone, you think, no?
Could do a what now?
Do you think there's any way we could make that into a ringtone for a phone?
A ringtone, absolutely. I used to have that as my ringtone, and I had to take it off because you just hear it in so many places. Like in Westminster, it's like practically every hour you hear it. Does my head in.